Hello and welcome to round 5 of the WSCC. We are currently at Shanghai International Circuit and do apologise for that small little blip in the live stream there, but we are finally back. It's now been resolved. No worries or issues whatsoever. We are at the gorgeous Shanghai International Circuit as just mentioned, and it is now officially the halfway point of the season. Now we have 33 teams up and ready to do battle here, 12 LMP2s and the remaining in the GT3s, and the battles couldn't be closer here, ladies and gents, as they all try to prove their point before going on to the desert regions, which will be Dubai and Bahrain in 2 weeks time. But let's have a quick mention of the standings of where people currently stand in both classes, and you'll just see how close the battles are here in this current season. So leading the way in LMP2 is the Team Rookie Monsters 33 machine with 116 points on the board, and then close behind is Hydra Racing, the number 90, with 110 points as well. So just 6 points separating the top 2 positions in LMP prototype, and then close behind for third place you've got VRC1 then there at number 8 effort with 86 points, and then when Seawolf Netrace Motorsport in 4th with 83. And then finishing off the top 5, the 79 from On-Off Racing, a close 81 points. So just goes to show how close that battle is for third place as well. Moving on to the GT3s is Team RSI, who have dominated 2 weeks ago at Autopolis at the 6-hour race, and they're currently leading the way with 115 points. And then 52 from World of Sim Racing Junior, 108 points, and they are tied with the 97 from Go Team Racing, so they're both on 108 points, tied for second place. In 4th place it is the 51 from World of Sim Racing Team with 99, and then finishing off the top 5 is a 43 from Simco Endurance Team. So that is your current order of things in terms of the top 5 in both classes. You can just go to see how tight those points currently are. But right now, let's get to the action currently going on down on this beautiful circuit as the GT3s complete their qualifying session. They've already elapsed by 6 minutes or so, and I can tell you that it is the 51 Alvaro Martinez currently leading the way with a 201.486 on the board. But that is closely followed by Daniel Vidamari for Team RSI, 0.033 seconds behind with a 201.519. So 0.03 of a second behind from that pole position. And then in third, we have the 97 from Go Team Racing, 201.760 on the board. That's at least 2 or 3 tenths of that ultimate pace. Rounding up the top 4 and 5, we've got the 43 Simco Endurance Team with Patrick Baccarati in behind the wheel, and then the 85 has just quite literally gone into 5th place for Adaka Racing, demoting the 52 with David Ramos for World of Sim Racing down into P6. Then we've got P7 goes to the number 80, David Antoniana for Trujillo GP Motorsports with their McLaren 720 effort. And then it is the 22 from Radix Cirque and Core Team. They've also got the McLaren 720. Dylan Tarbota makes a return after missing Autopolis. RSA Sim Races taking the 9th position. And then World of Sim Racing, the 53 car, their 3rd and final entry. Kike Martin claims the final in the top 10. In P11, you've got the 73 from Team Rookie Monsters, and they are holding on with Miguel, I think it's Musio, I think it's pronounced. Apologies if I've just completely butchered that surname. And then Colin Sanders for Track VR Racing, a familiar face here at the number 12 position. Core Team and their BMW, their 2nd entry is at 13th place for the 25. And then Dimitrios Papas is a 99 for Team Rookie Monsters, occupying P14. Chris Weston and Brittet Sim Sports, their Aston Martins, in 15th place. And then SCC Racing in the 88 are in 16th. 17th goes to Reading Game Studios, Justin Meister behind the wheel, and then in 18th is the 77 from Team Rookie Monsters. And last but not least, the 19th place position goes to Ramiro Perez from GRG Esports. They're 23, they're taking the McLaren, and we still have a few teams that haven't set any times yet. That is the 91, the number 12, and the 46. So, Alvaro Martinez still holding on to that pole position for the time being. 201.486, still the time to beat, no improvement since the last time we looked. He's just coming up to complete his next lap just now. So, also, quick mention or important factor for the championship, of course, Studio 397 have released their new Balance of Performance package for the GT3. So that affects all of these cars currently on circuit at this present time, with the Aston Martin being the biggest of the hit, and a new fastest lap from Alvaro Martinez in the Aston Martin. So clearly it's not doing or having much of an effect on the overall standing of things here, because the Aston Martins are still claiming the top 3 positions here at WSCC. So they have had a new package. I think it was plus 25 kilograms added to the Aston overall. That's going to add a lot of weight in the long run, especially with these long stints here expected for today. 3 hours of racing coming up in just half an hour's time for this particular round, which means only 1 round of points as well. The McLaren, in terms of going back to the BOP package, the McLaren is the least affected here because it hasn't had any changes made to it whatsoever, and the BMW has had about 15 kilograms, I think, removed from its overall weight as well. So the BMW is a lot stronger. It's now in P5, in fact, in qualifying here for a Dakar Racing. But in terms of the other cars, not really many of them are used here, especially in terms of the Audi and the Porsche. We do have 1 Audi with us and 1 Porsche in the form of Team Rookie Monsters. But mainly the rest of the field is McLaren and Aston. So currently on board with our 5th place car, the 43 Simco Endurance team, going around in their McLaren. They're obviously doing quite well in the standings, occupying P5 as a matter of fact, so 69 points, and the car ahead is the 51 World Sim Racing team with 99 points. They've got to do well here because the Reading Game Studios racing car, the 86, is 64 points and just behind in the standings, so they need to make sure that they finish well ahead of them. They did have a good result last time by 18 points at the 3-hour mark, but they kind of fell off as they went into the night at Autopolis 2 weeks ago, with only scoring 8 points at the checkered flag. So they've run into some issues after suffering suspension damage, if I remember correctly, and that led to them suffering in terms of lap by lap pace, which is a shame, but that's the way it goes sometimes, unfortunately. But what we'll do is we'll wait for one of these guys to go around on a fast flying lap. Alvaro Martinez currently on the run down to the start finish line, so let's go on board and enjoy a lap of Shanghai International Circuit from the cockpit view. So it's a long straight coming down past the start finish underneath the UBS bridges, and then it's going to be a very tricky left-hand corner uphill, so braking down into 3rd gear, and it's all about that throttle management and allowing the engine to brake. Bit more braking as you reach the crest of the hill, and then pull it down towards the apex for turn 1. Then stay on to the right-hand side and then swoop down onto the apex of the left, and then it's about throttle management here. Not a lot of grip available as you try and power away towards turn 5 and 6. Full throttle through the right kink of turn 5, over to the left for the 100-meter braking board, heavy on the brakes, tight right-hand hairpin here, into 1st gear they go, and then you want to make sure you get a nice clean exit because it's a fair while before you get to turn 7, which is this very long left-hander. Hug the apex as much as you can because you want to be mid-circuit by exit, which he is. Then you can swing it back over to the right for this long right-hander as well. Very technical, very easy to lose a lot of time here. And then onto the right-hand side because you got the tight corners of 9 and 10. Perfect the exit, make sure that's the most important part. Don't go too wide because there's a lot of grass waiting for you and not a lot of runoff. And then staying on the right, 100-meter board once again, down into 1st gear, clip the curb as much as you can to set you up for the long turns 12 and 13. Rise high before going low once more because this is the longest straight here on the circuit. You want to make sure you get as high a top speed as possible to make sure you deny any overtaking opportunities or maximize them in some cases depending where you are on circuit. Then it's sit back, relax for a while, wait for turns 14 and 15 to arrive because it's going to be a massive braking zone, 150 meters, heavily braking in these GT3 cars down into 1st gear. Claim as much of the curb as you can, but not too much because it can unsettle the car. Over to the left-hand side, use all the track available before going back over to the right again. Then over to the right, make sure you clip the curb as best you can. Don't run too wide because it can lose time and can impede. And then that is a lap of Shanghai International Circuit, ladies and gents. So as you can see, it is a great mixture of high and low speed corners here this afternoon for the teams. The 97 in the meantime has moved up into second place, only 600ths of a second off the podium position. That's a 201.386 on the board for you. Team RSI in the meantime have gone down into P4, and replacing their third place spot is the Simco Endurance team. That McLaren from the 43 has finally made its way into the top 3 spots. Usually quite good at qualifying as a team, and maybe the McLaren starting to show its strong suits here. So the 97 is going around the circuit at the moment, probably looking for that extra 10th or 2. And it's not too long, probably about 5 minutes left until we get to the LMP2s. So they've got 5 minutes still remaining before we go over to the prototypes, and that's going to be an entirely different ball game. A lot more performance to come, especially through those high-speed corners, and we're probably going to see lap times within the 150 region for those. Go Team Racing coming across the start-finish line. No improvements there. In fact, Daniel Vidamari has gone faster on that last time by. He's currently in pit lane at the moment, but he has been able to reclaim that spot by 1,000ths of a second, ladies and gents. It is 201.345 for the 68 and a 201.346, 1,000ths of a second between the two cars. That's just how close that is here in the GT3 category. Of course, all these teams that are currently occupying those top spots, all in the top 5 in the standings. So there is a lot of battling to go on in the next 3 hours or so. And of course, being the midway point of the season, it is important for them to either extend their lead or to close it down before we go to Bahrain in 2 weeks' time. That's when things will start to heat up as we go towards the end of the season, because then we have several more rounds: Dubai, Spa, Silverstone and Le Mans, and they will be 3 hours and 6 hours respectively as well. Person who's smiling so far though is Alvaro Martinez. 201.283 the time to beat, only 6,000ths or 600ths of a second faster compared to the other two teams though, so it's still not the greatest advantage. Bit join leg as Benjamin finally joins the LMP2 field. 36 cars in total here this afternoon then. And looking at the sector times for Alvaro, it is a green last sector. Will he improve coming into the third, though? That is the question. Is he going to be able to extend that lead over the rest of the competition here? Don't forget you can watch the live timing as well, which has just been posted by the CFEG YouTube. And he does go quicker. In that last sector, it is a 201.110. That's 2/10 faster that time by Daniel Vidamari, coming across the start-finish line for one final go at it. He's got 1 minute and 50 seconds to get this done and dusted. It's a lot to do though in such a short period of time. He's got an opportunity here, and let's have a look at the sector times as they come in to see if he's going to be able to claim that top spot. It is a 31.992 for Sector 1. That's at least 1/10 slower. So that's not the best way to start the lap. But of course, Sector 2, there's a lot of time available here, especially through the fast swooping corners of 7 and 8. And coming through Sector 2, it is slightly faster than Alvaro Martinez by 0.07 of a second. 36.861 compared to 36.868. So it's all down to the final sector. He needs to find an extra 10th and then some more if he's going to be able to close that gap down. Let's see what he can do.
Well, drivers, this is race control. GT3 qualifying has now finished. You may finish your current lap. LMP2s can now enter the track.
Oh, and Daniel Vidamari just misses out from pole position as race control just comes in to say that the LMP2s are able to finish. Ladies and gentlemen, he goes into second place, and the gap between the two GT3 pole sitters is 4 thousandths of a second. I say that again, 4 thousandths of a second between the two. It is a 2:01.110 for the pole sitter Alvaro Martinez, and then Daniel Vidamari on that last final lap, 2:01.114. You could not make that up. You couldn't make it any closer than that. Well, you could. You could go 1 thousandth of a second, but sure, there is no way in hell. He must be kicking himself. That extra 10th, that could have been him in Sector 1. That extra 10th that he lost, he made it all up in the last sector, but it just wasn't enough. That was just so close. Unfortunate. But that is your lineup for the GT3s. They are now complete as we're now watching the prototypes start their 20-minute session. So just to confirm for you guys, Alvaro Martinez on pole position, followed extremely closely by Team RSI and Daniel Vidamari. And then it's Go Team Racing in the 97, claiming those top 3 spots for you there. Then it's the 52 from World of Sim Racing, David Ramos in P4, and then Simco Endurance Team in their McLaren, the 43 rounding out the top 5. So it still seems that the Aston Martin is the car to beat here, even despite the extra kilograms that have been added to the car. It's still the strongest among the field, it seems. Now LMP2s are starting their first flying laps. We've got VRC1 and Seawolf Nitro's Motorsport just up ahead. And just about to start their flying laps now. Let's go on board with Rory McDuff for On-Off Racing as he comes across the start-finish line. This is the number 90, currently sitting in second place in our championship standings. This could all come towards them if they play their cards right here this afternoon. They've only got 6 points between them and the leaders, which is in the hands of the 33 from Team Rookie Monsters. And the 33s are being driven by Tom
Number
Lombard.
99, can you go back to the pits, please?
And seems like Race Control's having a bit of a hissy fit with one of the GT3 cars, still out on track perhaps. But the number 90 now going into Sector 2. Let's have a quick look what it's like on board. And Glenn Beavis going the fastest so far here. Oh, and the number 90 has a massive moment coming into turns 14. That, of course, is one of the most dangerous parts of the circuit, coming from such a high speed down to first gear. That's where you're going to kill most of your acceleration. And that, of course, can be quite tricky in these prototype machinery. So number 90 coming across the start-finish line. He's going to stop, but currently sitting on pole position is Pim van Ark for Fair Racing Team, the 57, with a 1:49.277. So it's roughly around 10 to 11 seconds faster than our GT3 colleagues. So they must be fairly happy with that kind of performance. Of course, very high speeds here, especially on the long run down towards turn 14. That's going to gain them a lot of time. We're going to see a lot of overtaking in some of the mid-sector as well here at Shanghai. On board with the 37, Glenn Beavis, taking around the Team Rookie Monsters entry, currently sitting in P4 with a 1:49.8. So already we're seeing some close times between the teams in the prototype class. 0.2 seconds separating first and second place, and P3 and 4 rather, around 0.4 and 5 seconds close behind. If you want to go down to all the way to P6, it's only 0.5 seconds between them, so it's extremely close here in the prototype class as well. Currently following Pim van Ark around the circuit. He's in the mid-sector at the moment. Doesn't look like he's on a flying lap just as of yet. But we'll be sure to stay on board for the duration when he finally gets up to speed and on his flying lap. And we'll just go see what the speed difference is, especially going into turn 1 and the mid-sector. What kind of speed difference we're seeing compared to our GT3 colleagues. Of course, we went on board with one of the GT3 Aston Martins as he went around the circuit, but I have a feeling that some of the LMP2s are going to be carrying a lot more speed into turns 1 and similar corners. So going on board then from the driver's view, now approaching the final corner here. Now I'll do my best to keep up with the car's movements, but the corners approach quite quickly in some points of the circuit, so I'll do my best to commentate as we go through across the start-finish line over to the left-hand side. Now watch the speed difference coming into the first corner already. Fourth gear, third gear, carrying that speed through, and then let the engine do the braking. It's actually using first gear, that's probably for the engine braking as well. And then stay mid-circuit over to the left, and then gently apply the throttle and back up to racing speed again. Full throttle through the right-hand kink of turn 5, over to the left for turn 6. Going to be a slow hairpin to the right-hand side. First gear once more, and then down into the apex. Early on the throttle again. You want to propel yourself out from that slow corner and into the fast mid-sector of turn 7 and 8. Fourth gear, make sure you hug it and stay mid-corner or mid-circuit for the right-hander. And then second gear being used here, which is interesting. Would have probably thought it would have been third. And then heavy on the brakes for turns 9 and 10. Those tight left-hand corners, not a lot of traction, not a lot of room available. Going to be very interesting when we finally get into traffic conditions here in racing in a few moments' time. Then over to the right-hand side, heavy braking for the left-hand kink of turns 11 and 12. And then same as GT3, stay high before swooping down onto the apex for the exit. Make sure you get that ultimate top speed on the run down towards the hairpin of turn 14. Accelerating all the way up to 290, it seems, 295 before you hit the braking zone. Heavy onto first gear, and then make sure you once again perfect that exit, because it can really hurt you if you don't get that right. Going to be a good overtaking opportunity for some of the teams here this afternoon. And then hit the apex for the final corner. Make sure you don't ride it too much, as he did for a moment there. And then across the start-finish line. That is a 1:49.277 on the board. Not an improvement from his personal best. His last lap was a... Oh, let's have a look. It's actually just disappeared. It was a 1:49.5. So that is not what he was looking for. 2/10 slower. But still he holds on to pole position for the time being. Go Team Racing doing a good job but now in P7 for the time being for Go Team Racing. Standings wise, they haven't had the best season so far, unfortunately, all the way down in P11 with 48 points on the board. If they do well here today though, they could see themselves start to move into the top 10, as Esports Performance Team are on 55 points, which is the next position up. Esports Performance, having said that though, they have started to recover quite nicely this season. They haven't had the best of luck, similar to the number 7, but last round at Autopolis, they came home on a podium finish, 22 points in second place, and that really moved them up the order to where they are now, just on the edge of the top 10. Whereas the 33 though, our championship leaders, they're currently occupying third position for the moment, 149.686 on the board. And Esports Performance in the 66 also occupying fourth place as well. So it's a strong starting position for the team. And no doubt they're looking to expand on their success 2 weeks ago at Autopolis and hopefully move up the order into the mid-10 pack, where they can really start to hone down on the rest of the competition before we get to the end of the season. One of the Fair Racing cars warming up their tyres on the back straight. And only 9 minutes remaining here in qualifying for the prototypes. Pim Van Aert going through, and their teammates is Max Scholten. So Max Scholten in P8 for the 39. That's the second entry for the Fair Racing team. Just coming across the start-finish line. See if he's warmed up his tyres sufficiently. We saw him doing that just a few moments ago. And coming into turn 1, he's currently on a 150.170. So he's got about essentially a second before he gets to see that pole position. So let's see if he can improve. If he can just find an extra 3 or 4 tenths, he can move firmly into the top 5 here. Oh, slight moment there as he came down off the top speed into the braking zone. Is it improvement this time, boys? Have a look at the live timing as he comes across the start-finish line. Currently in 8th place. Is he going to move up? And he does. Up to P6 for Max Scholten and the Fair Racing team. 149.8. Found that extra few tenths that was required to move the team up the order. And we have a new pole position as well. The 74 from Seawolf Netrace Motorsport is firmly in pole position by 1/10 on the board. So it is extremely close still here, ladies and gents. The top 8 teams are within 1/7 of pole position. So there's a lot of work to be done in the race. It is anyone's game here. I mean, the 74 in terms of the standings, they're in 4th place for the time being. They were leading after the first 2 rounds. They had a really strong start to the season at Canadian Tire and Sebring, but then they started to fall off. Their biggest hit was, of course, at Autopolis 2 weeks ago, only scoring 15 points over the 6-hour period, which has brought them to 83 points. Still within striking distance of that VRC1 entry, though, that occupies 3rd. And, of course, if they do well here, closing in on the number 90 and the 33 too. Of course, they have to watch out for the cars behind, though, because On-Off Racing, only 3 points behind them in 5th place. Madness Racing are on 73 points. And Fair Racing Team, the 57, who's currently sitting in 2nd, on 72 points in their standings as well. So it really could be anyone's game. The top 6 positions, top 7 positions rather, in the prototype class can really do well depending on who can come home here this afternoon in those all-important positions. 6 minutes remaining in qualifying. Pim van Ark still holding on to second. Glenn Beavis improves in the 37 rookie monster car, and that's a 149.355, 2/10 of pole position. On board with the 66 for esports performance, currently sitting in 4th place. About to start a new flying lap. Here we go. Really using the high end of that engine in terms of revs. Wants to make sure that he allows the car to just slowly go down the speed before reaching the apex of turn 1. So let's have a look at the sector times. 28.8 for sector 1. That's 1/10 slower, but still on par with second and third place. Sector 2 is faster by a few thousandths of a second, or a few hundredths of a second. All pretty much on par with one another. This LMP2 grid is just spectacular. They're just so competitive with one another. Just looking at the sector times alone, they're all within the same, tenth of one another. It's absolutely ridiculous if you look at the race view timings as he comes across the start finish line. Is it an improvement in the final sector? Yes, it is. He goes up the order into 3rd place. Just goes to show how much these teams are pushing. Despite that improvement, it still isn't enough for a massive movement. That's how on the edge these prototypes are, and it is a 149.294 for the 66, and that's enough to demote the rookie monster 37 entry off of those podium positions. Now the 74 is sitting in pit lane. Obviously he thinks he's done enough to secure pole position for this race. Pim van Ark though still out and about trying to set those last few laps in order to claim that pole position. Currently on an out lap at the moment, I believe. Let's have a look at those sector times. He's currently on his 3rd lap of his current stint. So let's see what he can do. Okay, here we go. Flying lap from Pim van Ark. Goes across the start finish line. This is going to be one of his last remaining opportunities available for him to set this lap time and claim pole position. Down into turn 1 he goes. Engages second gear. Left hand kink. Back up to speed. Early on the throttle. Nicely done. Going through sector 2 now. Let's see what those times are saying for us. 28.9 for Sector 1. As he comes through the kink, that's at least 2 tenths slower. Look, not good so far. However, he improves in Sector 2, 33.018. That's at least 1 tenth back, so he may be clawing it back here in the final stages of this lap. 50 seconds remaining on the clock before the end of qualifying. He may be able to get one final lap in if this one doesn't come together. But right now, all focused on the final Sector 3. The hairpin coming up for turns 14. How much can he get out of those brakes? 100 meter board, heavy on the brakes he goes. First gear, clips the curb nicely. Back up to speed. Oh, bit of a counter steer. Slightly double turned into the corner on the exit. And then accelerating outwards across the start finish line. He comes across the line with... Oh, and it's not enough. It's a 149.474, 2 tenths off his personal best, and carrying way too much speed into turn 1 now on the last final lap here. This is his last available opportunity. In the meantime, though, Charlie Rigo occupying P5, 149. Oh, and that's a counter steer. That's going to hurt the Sector 1 time quite badly. That's not what you wanted. Yeah, and that lap is now gone. He's overcut the tyres quite badly there in those last remaining few moments. Charlie Rigo, though, still out on the last flying lap. And down the main straight he goes. So Charlie Rigo now in charge. Pretty much the only car still out on the circuit at the moment. We are into overtime now by at least 40 seconds. Let's have a look at his sector times as he comes down towards turns 14. And it is a 28.830 for Sector 1. That is pretty much on par with the leader. 33.259. That's 2 tenths down from our leader, but still competitive with the rest of the grid in the top 5. And he comes across the start-finish line. Isn't it improvement? It is an improvement, but not enough to go up the order. 149.576 for Charlie Rigo there in the last few remaining moments. So that is your qualifying now done and dusted, ladies and gents. The LMP2 prototype grid is as follows. We have the 74 from Seawolf Netrace Motorsport claiming that pole position by just 1/10 of a second over the Fair Racing team that is in the hands of 57 and Pim van Ark. In third place, you've got the 66 from Esports Performance Team, continuing their strong trend after their strong results at Autopolis. And then in fourth and fifth place, we have Glenn Beavis with the 37 from Team Rookie Monsters, and then Charlie Rigo in the 79 for On-Off Racing. What a qualifying session, ladies and gents. That is really close, both in the prototype and the GT3 field. 4 thousandths of a second between the two GT3 pole-sitting cars. That is incredible. But what we're going to do now is go for a quick advert break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the action for the 3 hours of Shanghai. Hello and welcome back to the action live for round 5 of the WSCC, and once again we are at Shanghai. And what I'm going to do, ladies and gents, is going to go a bit weird on the screen because I just need to try and solve this slight bordering issue that we've got. I don't want to interrupt the stream doing it, but it'll just go a bit strange for a moment as we try to resolve this one, because it's, for some reason, it's being extremely strange, and OBS loves to mess around in these very important moments where we are about to go racing. So I do apologise in advance for this. There we go, it's like nothing ever happened. See, that's how magical it is here at CFEG. We see an issue, we fix it with a click of our fingers before the racing gets underway, and all you saw was a bit of borders, and that was that's how we cover things up here. I don't want to interrupt the stream for it because OBS is very funny like that, but now it is fixed and now in the past. But let's go on to the race. We are now officially in the race session, and the teams are now going to be lining up onto the grid, ready to do some action. If you're just joining us on the live stream, then you are in for a treat, because we have had one hell of a qualifying session here this afternoon. 74 from Seaworth Netrace Motorsport occupying that all-important pole position, and close behind by just 1/10 of a second was the Fair Racing team, the 57 from Pim van Ark, who drove that to the second place. In the second row, we've got Esports Performance Team, the 66, and alongside for company, they will have the team Ricky Monster Car, the 37. And then rounding up the top 5 for the prototype class is On-Off Racing with Charlie Rigo in the 79. Moving down to the GT3s, it is Alvaro Martinez for the World of Sim Racing team. They're claiming pole position, and if you were watching earlier, it was just 0.04 of a second between themselves and Team RSI, with Daniel Vidamari taking that second place position. Go Team Racing occupy the second row with the 97. And then for company, it's David Ramos with the 52 of World of Sim Racing car. Finally, the top 5 in GT3, we have the 43 for Simco Endurance Team, bit driven by Patrick. That's the first of the McLarens here. So it looks like one of the cars is having an issue on the start. That is very odd indeed, as one of them are not getting underway. He finally gets up to speed now, but that is, looks like it's the number 7, Go Team Racing. So they're having issues on the start. Maybe the ignition was turned off or similar, but that is not the way you want to start this particular race. Lucky for him, there is a warm-up lap to be conducted, and then it will finally get underway. So all the cars now off at a half speed. It is a manual warm-up lap conducted by the leaders in class before getting to a designated start line, which is on the main straight here at Shanghai. This is going to be very interesting as we get up to racing speed, of course. We've got the prototypes that are going to be going through some of these corners alongside the GT3s. And as you can see from the aerial footage, it can get very narrow here at certain points. Mid-sector's not so bad, but the likes of turn 1, 2, 3, and of course 9 and 10, which is in sector 2 near the end of the lap, that can be very tricky indeed. Of course, both extremely different performance car classes, over about 11 to 12 seconds between the two of them on their qualifying runs. So the speed difference really is noticeable here, and that will really come into effect when we finally get into the racing. So the 74, they've got a lot of work to do here from pole position, currently sitting in 4th place, as I've already mentioned, in qualifying. 83 points on the board. They didn't have a good time at Autopolis 2 weeks ago, but now's the opportunity for them. They lead the way. If they can get a good start here, they have control over the rest of this race. Also, similar situation for Pim van Ark in the 57 as well. He's going to have that inside line, which is arguably the better starting position here on the run down into turn 1. And of course, if they can do well and capitalise on their qualifying result, then they could easily move into the top 5 positions here this afternoon. Before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. Helps us out a lot, and of course it gives the teams the exposure that they need as well if you're enjoying the action here. And of course, going back down into the GT3s as well, Alvaro Martinez controlling the start lead of the pack for those Aston Martins, locking out the top 2 rows. Despite that BOP balance that we had, they've got an extra 25 kilograms, I believe, on that chassis, and yet they're still occupying the front row of this grid. The McLaren, the first of which in P5 in class. So really strong performance from the teams. Just goes to show it can come down to the driving as opposed to the balance of performance package you have. Now it's a very long straight down towards turns 14 before the driving will officially begin. Of course, it's the part of the race when those nerves will start to build. Of course, sweaty hands and just waiting for that line to finally come across before they can get to go racing. You're thinking about where the opportunity is going to be. Where can I take over some positions? And of course, doubly more so, it's important here not to make any early dive bombs in here at CFEG, because we have the red zone, or what they call the red zone, which is pretty much if you have an incident on lap 1 by where you dive bomb someone and you cause an incident, they will get highly penalised. So that can really hurt their performance. So anything that happens early on, they have to really think about what they're doing and make sure that the pass is clean. But we are coming to the start line now as Seawolf Netros Motorsport finally go racing, and we are off, ladies and gents. 2 of the cars go low. That's in the hands of Glenn Beavis and the 3 from Madness Racing, and the 74 still in the lead. The 57 though all the way down into P4 entering turn 1, and there's a bit of contact between Glenn Beavis as they go into the apex early on. That is your position lead change. The 57 recovers back to P3. Let's go back down to Alvaro Martinez though as he starts the GT3 category, all coming through turn 1 now, and Go Team Racing have had a really good start on the run down to turn 1, moving up into 2nd place. Daniel Vidamari, however, all the way down to 5th place. Trap VR Racing, the winner of this all, as Colin Sanders goes up into P4. Back to Glenn Beavis though as they come through into Sector 2, the left-hand corner of turn 7. Glenn Beavis. Of course, it should be worth mentioning that Glenn Beavis is the name that shows up on the screen, but in fact, Matt Beavis as well is the second driver of this current entry. They're driving in the same household at the moment, so although you'll see Glenn Beavis driving all day, it could actually be Matthew behind the wheel right now. 74 still in 2nd place, 57 in 3rd. Roy McDuff in the number 90 for Hydra Racing in 4th, and then the 66 also losing out in the early stages of this race. They're all the way down into 5th place. Charlie Rigo and Lucas Lichton rounding out the next 2 positions, 6th and 7th, as they all come piling down onto the long back straight now. Going back to the GT3s, we've got Alvaro Martinez still in the lead. Go Team Racing hot on their heels. 97 driven by Borna at the moment, and then David Ramos in the 52 sister car and Colin Sanders all right behind one another. Where has the 43 gone though? It's gone all the way down into P8 at the moment, so they've had a really bad start as well. Of course, they were starting in the top 5. That's not the best start for them as well, all their championship hopes. Glenn Beavis setting the fastest lap of the race at this early stage. Still these Aston Martins here, and the BMW comes diving down to the inside. That is the Adaka Racing BMW, the number 1 stock skin that's being used, but it's show up on your screens as the number 85. Up into 5th place now after starting further down the order in P10. And coming across the start-finish line for the first time in the GT3s. Go back to the leaders in LMP2. We've got some battles occurring during the mid-pack here. Leaders got about 0.5 second advantage over the rest of the teams. Little margin starting to appear between the 57 and the number 90 at this early stage. The 66, of course, trying to recover from that earlier position. That podium is what they want. And at the moment, Roy McDuff is the only thing that is standing in their way, and them catching up to the leading pack of cars up ahead. Slipstream in effect as they come down towards turns 14. And let's see how much of an effect that has as they try to close down that all-important gap. Has a little peep down the inside, thinking about it, but not close enough just as of yet. maybe trying to catch those braking references in order to make sure they get the most out of these cars at this early stage of the race. And there's a stop and go penalty being issued to the 69 for causing a collision at the start of the race. That's Dylan Tarboton. So that's that double penalty we was talking about earlier, that red zone on lap 1. So Dylan Tarboton and RSA Sim Races all the way down in 13th place, mind you, and they're going to be the first to enter pit lane in a bad way. So that's going to pretty much hurt their efforts. They're almost going to be a lap down by the time they get back out and up to racing speed, which isn't the best way to start your 3-hour race here at Shanghai. And he's looking down the inside for the 66. The number 90 defends on the outside. Has to open the door because it's coming very fast onto the apex. And that is side by side through turn 7. The number 90 can defend fairly easily. But if he can hang on in there, he'll be in a prime opportunity to go in for turns 7 and 8. No, he doesn't. He has to back out of that one. Nice early manoeuvring. Good race room given between both teams. But that's allowed the number 3 to come into the battle as well. So Lucas Lichton now in prime position to make some ground on off racing, and then also the 33 from Team Rookie Monsters in close succession as well. Going back to the GT3s though, Alvaro Martinez still in the lead, the 97 still close behind for Go Team Racing, and then David Ramos still holding on to 3rd place. That gap between themselves and Colin Sanders starting to emerge, with the BMW from the 85 from Adaka Racing closing in. Daniel Vidamari in the 68 down into P6 now. That's not good news for our championship leaders, as they need those points because they're only 7 points ahead of the rest of the competition here. Glenn Beavis still starting to extend that lead. 150.740, the new fastest lap for the prototype class, and that's 0.6 seconds over the 74 on lap 5 of this race here at Shanghai. All the cars going over to the left-hand side, making sure that they don't give away the opportunity. Here comes the 97, down onto the outside line of Alvaro Martinez, and he may be about to take the lead here. He does. He's got the edge. He's got the advantage going into the final corner, and he's taken the lead. What a move around the outside of turns 14, and that is first place in GT3 on the end of lap 4 for the GTs. Now, can he come back at him on the run down into turn 1? Alvaro Martinez thinking of it as he peeps over to the right-hand side just ever so slightly. And now through the apex of turn 1. Of course, it's this long right-hander. Can be very technical. It's all about the engine braking and throttle management. Make sure you get the most out of the car while not going off into the distance. There's a long run-off area, but once you get sucked off that optimal racing line, then it's pretty hard to recover from that. So that's our first lead change of this race here, ladies and gents, since the start, of course. And Go Team Racing now lead the way at Shanghai, currently sitting in 3rd place in the standings. They are tied with 2nd place with 108 points. So that's what they needed. That's what they need to do, is get into the lead and then accelerate into the distance in the first hour or so. The race is now in their hands. They've got control. Alvaro Martinez close behind, of course, with the 52 sister car there as well. Colin Sanders is closing up in the Track VR Racing Aston Martin, as is Adam as well in the Adaka Racing BMW, David Amari, and also the number 80 with David and Toyana for Trujillo GP Motorsports in close succession as well. So it is basically a slipstream train going on here at the early stages. All of them in line as they come down towards turns 14. And a few battles going on. Track VR Racing tried to go over to the right-hand side, but it's quickly countered by the 52 by Rising High. Now he's going to try what the 97 did by going around the outside. Not able to carry out the same trickery, though, as that gets quickly shut down by the 52. Let's go back to our LMP2 grids as the 57 and the 74 are doing battle with our leader here, the 37. They're doing everything possible to try and stay attached, still within slipstream distance, 0.5 seconds each way to both cars. And then let's go back to Rory McDuff, because he's still under pressure from the 66 from Esports Performance team as well. So a lot of things can happen here. And now the 66 in the slipstream, closing as we come down to the braking zone. You see the number 3 in the background there, under attack by On-Off Racing, or sorry, that's the 33 from Team Rookie Monsters, our championship leaders in class. They're not having the best of days in P6. Now Lucas Lichten having to defend quite aggressively. On-Off Racing smell an opportunity by going onto the lower side of the track. They're going to try and drag race up towards turn 1. Too wide into the corner they go, the 33 on the inside. And this is bringing Go Team Racing into the mix as well. This is outstanding racing here, ladies and gents, at the early stages of this race. Let's hope it all doesn't come to a nasty close. But this is outstanding performance from all the teams. Now there is a bit of a traffic jam behind the number 3 at the moment. Of course, they're all ready to do battle and get past as best they can. Got to catch up first, of course. Overtaking is a completely different ball game as opposed to setting those all-important lap times. Let's have a look quick back at our GT3 grid for a quick second. Oh, and it's been an incident with Track VR Racing. Colin Sanders going down the order, and they are now in P5. Daniel Vidamari close behind in that Aston Martin. There's a lot of debris and grass being kicked up as we switched over to that particular camera view. But it looks like the winner out of that is going to be the BMW from Adaka Racing. That number 1 moving up into 4th place now behind David Ramos. Look how close they all still are after the last few laps. 7 on the board right now. Oh, there might be a potential move from Daniel Vidamari. Thinks about it. Lets that nose onto the inside line just ever so slightly. That sent him a bit wide on the run down towards turn 7 though. Our leader's starting to get away in the prototype class. 0.8 seconds now. Let's go down into 12th place because we have a battle in LMP2 for the other positions. Last remaining few on the board. This is Rob Timpen in the 47, the Seawolf Netrace Motorsport team, and the 39 from Max Schulten. Now they started in 6th place for the Fair Racing team, so they've had a really rough start in class as well. It's going to be a long recovery drive for the team. And that seems to be widening as we go on into this lap. So we'll go elsewhere, see if we can find some closer action. Let's go to our leaders back where the GT3 action is unfolding, because that is still all coming to a close as the 52 tries to hold off the BMW. He's got a slight advantage on the run down into turn 14. A slight bit of damage to the front nose of that BMW. Not too sure who that involves. Maybe the number 11 perhaps, because Colin Sanders was the one that went wide into turn 14, but we didn't actually catch the start of that one. Or even then the BMW trying to look down the inside. Not the best overtaking opportunity, as that is pretty much a closing door in all grand schemes. Oh, he's actually made the move on the run down in towards turn 1. The BMW now on the outside line for turns 3 and 4. Who's going to get onto the throttle the quickest? And it is the Aston Martin, but they're still side by side, and that means the BMW will have the inside line coming down into turn 6. Oh, and there's a spin. There's a spin. David Ramos goes off and wide. That's going to allow the rest of the competition to go on through. You see Daniel Vidamari, the last of which, Team SRSI, going through and taking away those positions. Now down into 6th place in class for David Ramos and the World of Sim Racing car. And that's brought the McLaren into battle as well. The 43 from Synco Endurance team. They had a really rough start in the GT3 category. Now looks like they are recovering quite nicely. No clear signs of damage done to the 720S. Although I think I might saw a crumple on the rear side of that fender, but I can't confirm. So it looks like it may have been just, well, the traffic was swamping them at that early stage. Got a battle for 2nd place in our LMP2 field as well, and that's because of the GT3 traffic. You've got a lot of the back markers here, all fighting for position still. Look at the huge train that's emerged on the run down towards the hairpin of turn 14. We're 2 wide for 2nd place in the prototype class. Fair Racing and Seawolf Netrace Motorsport. This is for the lead. This is for the leading class. My apologies. As Fair Racing, Pim Van Aert is really up and on the tail of that blue Orica 07. And that gap has widened quite considerably, back now to half a second between the 2 cars as they come through Sector 2. More GT3 traffic to come though, so that can change. And of course the LMP2s coming through the back markers has juggled things up quite nicely too. Got the 88 SEC Racing that in 26th place, that's all the way up to P13. So they're doing extremely well as a result of the battles that are unfolding here. BritTech Sim Sports, Chris Weston, all the way down into P16, that's 29th overall. And then you've also got a Dakar Racing, which is the 2nd entry with Artur Sakula, who's the 2nd of the entries here this afternoon. Now we're overtaking our top leaders in GT3. Make sure it's clean, boys, as they come down into the braking zone. Track VR Racing still just ahead of Team RSI, and that's the Fair Racing team struggling to find track space as they run down towards the final corner just now. Of course, they don't want to let the leaders go. There wasn't much contact made. There's a slight tap on both the Track VR Racing car and Team RSI, so just trying to squeeze that prototype into a fairly small gap, and now down to the inside of turn 1. Further battles for the mid-pack in LMP2 prototype as they all come down through turn 1. Charlie Rigo now all the way down into P8, so suffering in these traffic conditions. Ahead is the 33, the championship leader in class of Team Rookie Monsters. And then we have Madness Racing as well. Lucas Lichten in P6 just up ahead, and now finally a clear bit of track. You can see some of the GT3 cars just up ahead as they try to find the best way around without losing any time. Bit of a counter steer there from Charlie as he makes his way through his turn 9 and 10. Of course, that's going to be very interesting if you find yourself behind your GT3 at that point. onto the back straight. Probably the easiest place to conduct these overtakes. But of course, he's lost a bit of ground towards the car ahead. And behind, you've got the 36 Energy Racing team. And they are starting to close that gap down as well. Let's go to our leading battle with our GT3s. It is the 97 that leads the way for Go Team Racing, and it is the BMW from Adaka Racing that occupies second place. That is a fairly large gap between the two cars at this moment in time. Of course, the BMW is the one that has the biggest reduction in weight for the Balance of Performance package from Studio 397. So we'll see how that comes into play. Of course, the Aston Martins are showing the performance in qualifying, but of course with that extra 25 kilograms, that's going to hurt those front tyres as they do start to become slightly worn. So the BMW is pretty much the Superleggera, or the go-kart here amongst the GT3s. Whereas the Aston is pretty much the Bentley of the grid, as it is carrying the most weight amongst all of them. Colin Sanders now up into third place though, as we've lost David Ramos and the other 51 car. So where is that one? Because they've just vanished off the standings. So the 51 is all the way down in 20th place. That can't be correct, but it is correct. So that is... Have they come into the pits? They have. So they must have suffered damage at some point. And Colin Sanders goes wide. Not sure if that was induced by contact. My eyes were elsewhere, unfortunately, but that's going to hurt their chances. All the way down into P5 now. And Daniel Vidamari now back onto those podium positions, sitting in third place. So I'm not too sure. I saw Lucas Lichten going through the corner at the same time. He's usually one that is fairly aggressive in the grand scheme of things. So whether or not there was contact between Colin Sanders in that Aston Martin as they came through the exit of turn 10 is yet to be seen. My eyes were elsewhere, but I'm sure race control will have something to say about it if it was. Now coming down the back straight, Daniel Vidamari having to defend against David Ramos in the 52. Colin Sanders has the 43 McLaren behind for company as well. All within fighting distance, 0.2 seconds as they come down onto the corner. That McLaren looks very planted as it reaches the apex of the corner, as the Aston Martin struggles to get it turned in. Wonder how much damage that car is carrying as a result of that off. And a bit of 720 noise for a few moments as he tries to gain some ground going into turn 6. Of course, McLaren is much more nimble and stable as the number 11 loses the rear end through turn 9 and 10. As you can see, he has an opportunity here coming down to the braking zone. Not close enough just yet, but maybe when that slipstream comes into play, he needs to maximise his opportunity on these two corners here. Get onto the throttle early. Oh, and he's lost the rear end a bit in the 720. That's not going to help in his efforts as I go down towards the next few corners. Now we have had a lead change in the prototype, or the second place car has replaced Pim van Aert in the 57. That is the 37 from Team Rookie Monsters. The leader is still 74, and by around 3 seconds or so as we go into the next part of the corner. And it looks like some issues there for the 37 as it blinks out of existence. Let's just go back quickly. I think we may have server issues for the 37. They're going down the order. That is confirmed. So maybe a disconnection or a connection issue here for Team Rookie Monsters. They're all the way down to P5 now. Gotta love sim racing in some respects. You can have the best day of your life, and then it all goes to pot thanks to a small blip in the internet connection. Yeah, they're going way down the orders. They have lost connection to the server for Glenn Beavis. That is unfortunate indeed. And let's see what battles we've got going on elsewhere. The mid-pack in LMP2 is pretty feisty at the moment. Charlie Rigo doing battle with the 33 from Team Rookie Monsters there, leading the pack of P6 at the moment. Close behind is the 47 from Seawolf Netrace Motorsport. That's their second effort entry. And the number 7 from Go Team Racing as well. And that's in the hands of Matthias Rosani. Coming onto the back straight, let's see what kind of slipstreams they've both got. And just to confirm, the 37 had a power cut at their current home. Now, just to confirm, for those that you, I believe Matthew Beavis lives in the UK, there is a pretty nasty storm going on here at home. So if the live stream dies, it will be because of that. So weather coming into effect for the results at Shanghai. So that is probably what's happened. There is a fairly nasty storm here in the UK. Now, Seawolf Netrace Motorsport closing down the on-off racing car. Charlie Rigo coming into turn 1, using that apex, but that 47 really starting to close that gap down quite efficiently. Let's go back to Daniel Vidamari because the battle for GT3 is still raging on and all. As we click over to that particular camera view, the 52 is tapping the back end of Team RSI and Daniel Vidamari on the run down to turn 6. So clearly looking for an opportunity to overtake here. In the meantime, the 43 really gaining some ground with Patrick behind the wheel. Timco Endurance Team back up into 4th place now, or sorry, 5th place rather, after overtaking Colin Sanders in the Track VR Racing team. The gap between our two leaders in class for you is around 1.5 seconds for the GT3s. Adaka Racing in the 85 still trying to catch up to Go Team Racing, who are leading the way with Borna. Fairly large gap starting to emerge on the run down to the back straight. The 52 losing slight bit of ground. Of course, all of that train behind is still up for grabs as well. They're just trying to do their best to keep it clean, focus on those all-important lap times. And you've got pretty much the top 6 or 7 cars here in class within around 5 to 6 seconds of one another. So really strong performance from all involved. Of course, we are just coming up to the halfway mark of this 3-hour race. 2 hours and 28 minutes still remaining here. And before we see the first round of pit stops, LMP2s or the prototype class expected into around 15 to 20 minutes from now. And of course the GT3s pretty much come into the pit lane on the hour. Bit of server lag there from someone joining at that particular moment in time. Glenn Beavis still, he's back out on track, I believe, so Still showing as DNF, unfortunately, on my particular screen, so maybe trying to reconnect. Of course, that power cut, they may be out of the game for quite some time. Whether or not they choose to rejoin and salvage something is yet to be seen. Now, there are a few penalties, or sorry, a few reports coming in for the number 3. That's Madness Racing. With Lucas Lichten behind the wheel. He's currently sitting in P11 at the moment for the team. 151 is fastest lap for the race so far after 17 being completed. Not too sure what's coming of those or not, if there's contact being made. Of course, we did see that small moment between themselves and the rest of the GT3s coming out of turns 9 and 10. So not too sure what's going on there. Let's have a look, see if our leaders are doing enough at the moment. The 74 LMP2 has done the best of the rest so far when it comes to managing traffic. They've been able to conjure up at least a 7 to 8 second lead over the rest of the prototype field. Pim van Aert and the 57 is the best of the rest for fair racing. And then it's Rory McDuff in the number 90 for Hydra Racing, occupying that final podium position. The 66 from Esports Performance Team, they've done good to recover to where they are. They're currently sitting in P4 when, of course, they did start in 3rd. The 36 from Energy Racing Team, they're also doing extremely well, sitting in the top 5. And then the rest of the grid is, well, I mean, even the number 8 is no longer with us. You've got the 18 from VRC1, they're at the bottom of the order. So they're going to lose out on, of course, those all-important points because the number 8 is currently sitting in 3rd, but they're not here this afternoon, so they're going to go down the leaderboard, and that will give 3rd place away to the 74. The question is, how far up the order will they go? Got a battle between Charlie Rigo and the 33. That's still raging on between these 4 cars now as they come down. Oh, we've got a car without a rear wing, and that is, I think it's Mario Perez. Yeah, it is. So that's the McLaren 720. It's going very slowly through turn 1. I think I just saw him come out of pit lane, so maybe he didn't enable the repairs button, but he is extremely slow and moving very dangerously through the grid. Now he's got to make the entire lap. He's decided to park it. Yellow flags are out.
All drivers, this is race control, code 80 in 10 seconds.
And that's code 80 being called by race control. And I don't know if he's still going to continue.
Code 80 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So that is the first code 80 of this afternoon. Not too sure where he's going with that. I don't think there's... Is that a dead car? Oh, yeah, there's no ignition in that car whatsoever. So whatever's happened to it, it's been a huge impact. Must have had a fuel hemorrhage or something, because that thing is now dead at the side of the circuit in the gravel at the exit of turn 3. And that is not moving whatsoever. He's trying desperately to kick some life back into that McLaren so they can return to the pit lane. But of course, the rest of the grid now on pit limiter and going at 80 kilometers an hour. 74.
Drivers, this race control, green flag in 10 seconds.
So he's decided to retire the car. That's now back inside pit lane. Opportunist on board is the number 25. They're sitting in pit lane, conducting their first pit stop from 7th place.
1, green flag.
And back up to racing speed we go. The 74 leading the way for the prototypes, and the number 97 for Go Team Racing in GT3. A few cars in pit lane. That's Team RSI, and also the number 25. Here comes one of the World of Sim Racing cars, and that's going to chuck up the order of things quite spectacularly. 97 decided to stay out, but that means, of course, they're going to have to spend longer in pit lane compared to the rest of the cars. Of course, when they're all going 80 kilometers an hour, that pit lane is very advantageous if you decide to go in early. Let's try and find some battles that are going out on track. Back to Charlie Rigo, because we still haven't seen that one conclude just as of yet. You've got these three teams here, all battling it out for P5 in class. So it goes the 36 for Energy Racing with Alessandro Verni, then Tom Lombards for Team Rookie Monsters in the 33, Charlie Rigo in 7th, and then Rob Timpen for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport in 7th place. All coming through Sector 2 as we speak. And some GT3 traffic to contend with as well. This is going to bring Charlie Rigo right up onto the tail of the Rookie Monster car as he tries to get the power on early. Bit of a slide as he comes to the exit. And now he's right under the nose of that Team Rookie Monster car. Looks down the inside, not close enough just as of yet. And that's also got the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport LMP2 there as well. Both rising up the order, and he's got the McLaren from the, I'm not sure, it's Bad Wolves Esports, powering down the back straight. We're going to go too wide. Here comes Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. Rob Timpen, is he going to be able to get alongside? No, not as of yet. But they're all coming down towards turns 14 in the slipstream. Puff of smoke coming from the Rookie Monster LMP2. And back up to speed once again, coming past our second place car. Sorry, that's the 85. They're currently in P10, so not sure if they came into the pit. So while we're watching this battle unfold, let's have a quick look to see who did come into the pit lane at that code 80. We've got the 97. They're showing us coming into the pit lane on lap 8. The 43 decided to stay out, as did the number 11 and the number 80. David Ramos in the 52, they came into the pits early. And a few other teams, we know the 25 did as well. The number 91, Panica Gaming, they are on different compound tyres, interestingly, so they're on mediums. We know that 85 came into the pit lane, so there's about 3 or 4 cars coming into the pit lane at this early stage when that code 80 was called, and that could either prove beneficial or not when we finally come around to the official scheduled ones, which will be pretty much on the hour for the GT3s. Back to the racing though, and with the prototype class, this battle for 5th place overall. Where is the 36 in the grand scheme of things? Alessandro Verni is up the road by at least a second or so at the moment. Coming down to the braking zone, turn 1. Charlie Rigo looking for an opportunity on that 33. Of course, the 33 leading the championship at this moment in time. That could be about to change, though, if they can't get further up the order here this afternoon. Still 6th place, that's a good, decent amount of points available to them. But that 74, if it keeps on leading, it may pose a threat. They're definitely going to close down towards the next round, where we will be at Bahrain. Over to the desert for that part of the season. And now focusing on Tom Lombards, the 33. Charlie Rigo close behind. Both dealt with that GT3 traffic quite splendidly. Not much ground gained under the braking zone. These teams are very evenly matched here at Shanghai International Circuit. Have to wait and see what the first round of pit stops do to the teams. Interesting to note that the 66, which is currently sitting in 4th place in class, is on a different tyre compound as opposed to the rest of the grid. So let's see how they play that ball game in the later stage of this race. Seem to be doing just enough to hold on though, as they are around 6 seconds behind 3rd place, which is still being held by Rory McDuff for the number 90 Hydro Racing team. Of course, we've had 2 DNFs so far, which is the number 12 from 316 Motorsport, and of course the prototype Glenbeavius after their power outage. Hopefully they can get some power restored and return to the race. Oh, we've had an incident for the 33 going down the inside. Contact made with the 43. Those are too wide. That is for position between the two of them, and that's really held up Charlie Rigo in his attempt to try and chase this car down. Let's go back towards this Baldo because that is for position indeed. Aston Martin was the winner out of that small little drag race. As I come down now towards turns 14. Now the number 11, of course, carrying quite a significant amount of damage after contact with the number 3, apparently causing damage to the entire left-hand side of the car. So that will have to be reviewed later on. That may be impeding their performance. They're currently sitting in 2nd place, but they do still need to go into the pit lane because they did not do it under the Code 80, whereas the rest of the leading cars from the category did. So we'll see where they end up after that round of pit stops. SCC Racing in the top 10. Strong performance from the team. They haven't had the best of seasons. Standings wise, they are... Oh, actually. Yes, the 88 in the standings, they are not doing the best. All the way down the lower half of the pack, unfortunately. They had a bad start to the season in 15th place with 23 points on the board. Autopolis, not the best result for them. They do have a bit of company behind them though. That is in the form of the 85 Adaka Racing, their 2nd entry in the BMW class. Now this is going to be one of the teams to watch. Team RSI, the current leaders in GT3. They did come into the pit lane early when that Code 80 was called. Not many being called so far, in fact. We're coming up to the end of the first hour here for this afternoon. But Team RSI now occupying 12th place on the grid, but that is all going to change in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, and will be interesting to see where they re-emerge and how much work they have to do. They are holding on to the lead of the championship, 115 points, but the 52 with David Ramos is currently in P5, and they are going to be the next competition, as are the 97, which of course are our leaders here for the time being. Now the 74 has finally... Oh, actually, the 74 had a mistake. That is our previous leader for Steve Wolf Net Race Motorsports. Just looking into the live timing for you, ladies and gents, to see what's gone on. We had a very slow lap a few laps ago, about 5 laps ago, 2:31, which is, well, I would imagine that's what kind of time you would expect from a pit stop. Yeah, 2:25 from Charlie Rigo. He's in pit lane now. But I'm not too sure what's happened for him to fall down the order. Let's wait for him to come across the timing line, because of course the code 80 time would have been in there as well. I think that's the one I'm looking at just now. But I'm trying to see 152, 151, 152. His last lap was a 157. And I'm hoping that maybe he's gone into pit lane, which is what my suspicion is. He's just coming across the start-finish line now. And yes, just confirmed that is a pit stop made by our leader. That was a small heart attack that I was having there, because I didn't have the information until he crossed the start-finish line to say that he had indeed gone into pit lane. But everything's in order. He's still the leader of this race, theoretically, sitting in P5 with Rory McDuff now taking charge of the race with the Hydra Racing team. Also to come into the pits was the 57. They're now starting their second lap of their second stint now. So it is LMP2 or prototype pit time, ladies and gents. Pim Van Aert reappeared in some dense traffic, it seems, now in 6th place. That's still behind the 74, but that is not the best way to get back up to speed. 74 is still ahead by quite a large margin. Let's have a look at our live timing. It says around 12 seconds or so. So they've lost around 2 to 3 seconds during that pit stop. Got Charlie Rigo still on the heels of the 33, and of course they've got the 74 now behind them. Gaining ground under the slipstream. He might be close enough before coming into the apex. Heavy on the brakes, thinking about it, but thinks better of it. Oh, the 33's making a mistake up ahead as well. That's the Tom Lombards as he goes wide into the corner. And of course, Charlie Rigo now going for an extra lap as well. So the Fair Racing team have done 22 laps. The 74 has done 23 laps. Charlie Rigo and Tom Lombards, they managed to do 24 laps before they came into pit lane. So these are all for legitimate positions. They've all come into the pit lane. So different strategies coming into play. 74 goes onto the inside line, achieves 4th place, takes it away from On-Off Racing, and now on the run down towards turn 6. The 33 is the next target available. And On-Off Racing comes straight back at them. Onto the apex of turn 6 they go. Not able to get the runoff though, and claim that position to solidify it. And now gets pushed back into 5th place. Charlie Rigo and the other teams, the 33, really did well to pretty much overcut the other cars. Let's have a look at some of the pit times that we've got here, because I want to see if some of the teams are double stinting. I have a suspicion that the 33 is double stinting because they're on a different compound. It was a 2:32 pit stop for the 36. Roy McDuff is on lap 25 and he still needs to come into pit lane. It was a 2:31 for the 33 and it was a 2:56 for the 74, 230 for On-Off Racing, and also a 257 for Pim Van Aert. So it's usually around an extra 20 seconds for when you take tyres alongside your fuel. So I reckon it is the difference. Oh, and it's a mistake from the 74. Both the cars go back through. It's now too wide between them and On-Off Racing, but he tucks in just in the nick of time before he gets two alongside and back into P5. That was a very strange mistake. Probably waiting for the tyres to warm up, perhaps. Usually what we see, though, is teams double stinting the tyres. Maybe Shanghai and all of its high-speed corners is starting to prove difficult for those soft compounds. Now it is nearly pit stop time for our GT3s as well. Just about 7 minutes or so, and then we should expect them to come into pit lane. All around the outside goes the 74 on the outside of turn 8. He's going to have the road open as he overtakes our leader in GT3 here, the 97. He gets pushed wide ever so slightly onto the corner, but it's a bit of a messy place to pass, but they made it work. But now back up to racing speed. Of course, he has still got to make up quite a bit of ground. He's now in third place. The 66 is the next car up the road. Let's have a look at the gap between the two there. It's around 5.5 seconds. So 66 Esports Performance Team. Double stinting those tyres. They definitely didn't take new tyres. It was a fuel stop for the team. They're on a different compound though, might I remind you. And then we have Roy McDuff. He is now back out and racing from the lead of this race. It was a fuel stop only, no new tyres on that prototype at all. And now leading the way in class by around 6 or 7 seconds over the 66. I do apologise if the stream lags every now and again. Of course, I am still in the UK as well, where we've got this storm. So it may have a few moments here and there. See what's happening in the GT3 world. We've still got our leader, the 97, going strong. Colin Sanders is in second place for Track VR Racing. They've done 25 laps altogether. And then in third, we've got the 43 from Simco Endurance Team. So that is your top three in the GT class there. First person that is on the grid and that has gone into the pits early is the 85 from Adaka Racing. So let's see how far up the order they go when we finally do dive into pit lane. Now let's see what kind of lap times he was doing. It was around... His pit stop was a 3:02. So we don't know if that is fuel or tyres combined, or if it's just fuel on its own. Looks like it might be fuel and tyres, but not too sure. Let's have we'll have to wait and see. Essentially, it's a long way down pit lane. Let's go on board with some of the mid-pack battles we've got here. This is the 25 core team entry. And we've got Chris Weston just up ahead in the 95 Aston. All battling for the lower points here. So the leading car, the car at the head of the pack, is in P12. The 22 core team McLaren. And then we've got Chris Weston in the 95, the 25, and then the 46 as well. That's Bad Wolves Esports Performance. Chris Weston struggling to get the car back up to speed. Bit of a twitch from the front end as he tried to navigate the exit of the corner. Oh, and there's a big incident from SCC and also the 22 from Core Team. So that was a huge impact. Where is SCC? They're in 13th place. So that was a move for position as far as I'm aware, because they were ahead in the grand scheme of things. But wherever's happened, that is a huge incident for them. And they're back up to racing speed now. Doesn't seem to be much damage to the Aston Martin, but where is Radek in the 22? Yeah, he's back up to racing speed again. So it doesn't look like it's anything terminal. But that's now affected his result because he's all the way down in 17th place. Back to the battle between the two cars though. Coming down the back straight now, slipstream in effect for the 25. Is it going to be enough though to close in? No, it's not. Though the BMW better on the brakes. Thought he was going to make contact with the rear end of the Aston Martin there, but luckily was able to reel that in. Doesn't look like he can maximise on any opportunities at the moment, unfortunately. So we're upcoming to the first hour now. So 1 hour completed here for the round 5 Shanghai International Circuit of the WSCC. Let's have a look to see where everyone is. So Roy McDuff still leading the way for Hydra Racing in the prototype class, followed by Esports Performance Team in the 66. Then it's Seawolf Netrace Motorsport and the 74. Followed by Charlie Rigo and Pim Van Ark for On-Off Racing and Fair Racing. Those are your top 5. And then in GT3, which we have the 97 from Go Team Racing, Track VR Racing in the number 11 in 2nd, Simco Endurance Team in 3rd, and then Trujillo GP Motorsports and Adaka Racing in 5th. Of course, in the GT3 class, we are expecting them to come into the pit lane any moment now. So let's go on board with our leader, Go Team Racing, as they come into lap 29 of their current stint at the moment. So when is the GT3 leader going to come into the pit lane is the question. And here we go. So here we go for the next round of pit stops GT3. We've got 3 cars in the garage there, unfortunately. So it looks like maybe one of the GRG Esports cars have suffered as well. SCC Racing inside pit lane, as is Chris Weston and the Aston Martin for BritTech Sim Sports. First stop going in. Now, the person who's going to benefit from all of this, of course, is the number 1 machine, or the 85, which will be on your screen because it is the stock skin, of course. And he's coming across the start-finish line now, and he will resume the lead of this race theoretically, because he's overtaken the 97 now. And we still have 2 cars that are ahead, and that is the Simco Endurance team and David Antoyana. That's Trujillo GP Motorsports as well in second place, but they will be into the pit lane very shortly too. 29 laps completed. Now the McLarens seem to be able to go further than the Aston Martins in most cases for what we've seen so far this season. Of course, we have previously mentioned that the Aston has suffered from that extra weight added since the BOP update. So it will be interesting to see how far the McLaren can go in comparison. Of course, they haven't been changed whatsoever in the recent BOP package, so that may have some effects or advantages in the long run. And we just had a penalty come in for the number 3. That's Lucas Lichten, the Madness Racing machine. So apparently they had a 20-second stop and go for making contact with some of the GT3s. And the rules state that you're not allowed to conduct any changes to the car, i.e. fuel or tyres, during your pit stop. But apparently that's exactly what happened. They've tried refueling that LMP2 car while conducting their 20-second
Car number 3, I'll remind you, you cannot refuel or change tyres during a stop and go penalty.
So that's just confirming that they can't do that. So that is a further 20-second stop and go penalty, and of course another penalty after that as well. So I'm hearing from race control. So they've been really hit hard, and of course that means that you should really obey the rules. Let's get back to the racing action. Back down to 25th place overall. Justin Meister for Reading Game Studios doing battle with one of the World of Sim Racing cars here. That's the 53 with Kite Martin behind the wheel. Coming down onto the back straight now. And slipstreams in effect all round. And he's alongside for the entry for turn 14. Coming down to the braking zone, he will have the position. Ready Game Studios trying to brake alongside. He's going to try and do the undercut, come underneath him, but can't get the turn in enough. That Aston Martin was wobbling as he tried to get the throttle reapplied. Up towards the last corner they go. Can he come back at him on the run down towards turn 1? One of the Aston Martins coming out of pit lane there. Got Panico Gaming just up ahead in that yellow vehicle, that Aston Martin. And that is for position as well. So Camille, who's currently driving that 91 machine, now has Kite Martin in his rearview mirror. And that is for 12th place overall. Kite Martin looking very competitive at this stage of the race. Slipstream once again in effect for him as he goes run down, same place as before. Great overtaking opportunity available here at Shanghai. One of the favourites to do so. He comes alongside Panico Gaming and he's pretty much cleared him on the run down. Camille rising up, probably trying to deny him that optimal racing line, and it's not worked because he's just done the undercut on him and he's taken that position away. So that is the number 53 into 12th place now. They're still technically too wide into the last corner and not much the 91 could have done about that. The position is his. Now let's go to our leading LMP2 cars because Roy McDuff has got a battle on his hands which is quickly coming to a close. The 74, which of course took new tyres on that first round of pit stop, is now catching up and ready to do battle. It was 3 seconds after conducting that GT3 traffic. That's now come down to 1.5 as we re-enter turn 1, lap 36 of this race. Now the battle for lead is about to get very feisty indeed. Where is the rest of the competition though? There's a battle going on for third place as well. That's slightly closer as they try and battle through the GT3 traffic, the 66 and the 57. Let's go back to our lead battle with Roy McDuff though and the 74. He is closing in the slipstream as they run down towards turns 14. You've got a few GT3 cars just up ahead. .74 closing in, less than half a second now, firmly within the slipstream, looking over to the left, trying to find that good entry into turn 1. And here he goes, he could be making a move onto the inside, but it's closed the door for the number 90. There's a big crunching noise from up ahead, not too sure who that was, as they come down towards turns 2 now. Behind the SCC Racing, or sorry, it's the Reading Game Studios Aston Martin. Back up to racing speed they go. And turning in nicely. Here comes the tricky part though. We've got Panico Gaming and the 53 Kite Martin just up ahead through the faster corners. But is he going to be able to catch an overtaking time before they get to turns 9 and 10? That's when the circuit really narrows down and overtaking these slower GT3s becomes a bit of an issue. No, he's not. He's going to get held up by the 53. Oh, and the 74 takes a bit of a shortcut over the grass. Trying to get that turn in. A bit of a side wallop for the 91. As he tries to make some track space. Obviously really eager to retake the lead of this race. Let's go back to our battle between the further two positions, third and fourth in prototype class. Pim van Aert still within the slipstream here as he makes his run down the back straight. Now, of course, the 74 with Silverstone Netrace Motorsport, Benjamin, is on new fresh tyres as far as we can tell from the amount of time that he spent in pit lane. Whereas Rory McDuff is double stinting that current set, so he's going to be off race pace in the late stages of this second stint. And the 66 and also the 57, the cars we've got in front of us just now, they're on different strategies as well. They're still double stinting those tyres, but the 66 on different compounds as opposed to the 57 who is on soft slicks. Now Roy McDuff is holding on to the lead of this race by around half a second, according to live timing. We'll keep you posted and of course cut over to the action as soon as it gets slightly closer than the one we've got in front of us just now. Panica Gaming in the way with our Aston Martin, swoops down to the inside line. Now Charlie Rigo is also on the prowl. The 79 is just up ahead. You saw him with the back screenshot on the run down towards turns 13 rather. He's now only got around 2.5 second gap between himself and this battle for third place. So he is closing them down quite considerably as they battle it out for that remaining podium position. Go over to our two leaders for now because they have closed the gap right down now. 74 looking for an opportunity into turn one. Oh, and there's a tap between the two of them. 74 tried to take the inside line. Amazingly, both hold their cars together, as that is probably one of the fastest corners here at Shanghai. Of course, the entry into turn one from such a high speed, I think both of them will need a new pair of pants after that one. So the 74 has got the advantage in terms of pace. Got the 69 from RSA Sim Racers. We haven't seen much of them this afternoon. They're currently occupying 8th place in class, so strong recovery despite their earlier mishaps at the start of the race. Moving back now to Charlie Rigo and the 66. So Pim van Aert has made it past the 66 the last time we saw, so we missed an overtake while I was watching the battle for the lead, unfortunately. So that is your podium change there. So Fair Racing move up by 1. Charlie Rigo starting to gain some ground against the two of these cars as he's in the slipstream just by the skin of his teeth. Go back to our leaders in LMP2. Hydro Racing still holding on. Gap is now only 0.4 seconds, accelerating up past one of the World of Sim Racing cars. bit of a sideways moment there for the number 90 as he comes on the run down towards the next corner. Sector 3 coming up. Of course, this is all gone towards the 74 now because he's closer than what he was on the previous set of corners. Now the slipstream will come into effect as he accelerates down towards the back straight, and this is the perfect opportunity now for the 74 to take the lead of this race once more. Closing. There's a GT3 car up ahead, which they'll both have to navigate. That's Track VR Racing. It's 3 wide into turns 14 and the braking zone, and the 74 takes the inside line. That is the lead of the race going over to them as the number 90 struggles to get back up to racing speed. And through the apex they go. So that is a lead change for you in the prototype class, ladies and gents. Let's go back to the battle for third. That has widened quite considerably since we last viewed it. The 66 falling back, and the 79 car from On-Off Racing also doing so. So that is your current standings of things. I don't expect Roy McDuff can really do much to fight back against the 74 on the old tyres that he's on. But they've done well because they were suffering as a result of the early stage of this race, but now they're back into second place. So that strategy for double stinting those tyres has worked for them. Let's have a quick look into the world of GT3. Not really a lot going on, if I'm truly honest. You've got a battle going on between the 51 and the 88, which is down to around 0.7 seconds at the moment. This is 25th place, Alvaro Martinez, the car that sat on pole position earlier today at the end of qualifying, all the way down the order. Let's have a quick look as to what the game is here. They have just conducted a driver change, so that may be why they are further down the order. It's now in the hands of Marco Rodriguez, and it's 7 laps behind the wheel at this present time, so they have just conducted their change. Of course, they were one of the cars that did come into the pit lane when that code 80 was called. SEC Racing close behind though. In the 88, this is for 13th place as well. Of course, both cars are on different strategies. It is for track position at this moment in time, but obviously in the grand scheme of things, they will go into different positions. Coming up to the halfway point in this race now, ladies and gents. 3 hours of Shanghai, round 5 of the WSCC. Got a few cars in the pit lane as we speak. RSA Sim Races, the number 3 in pit lane as well. I believe they're serving their penalty. Got a battle between Simcoe Endurance and David Ramos as well. So this is for one of the leading teams here this afternoon for 6th place at present. And that McLaren, oh, that Aston Martin looks quite heavily damaged, mind you. And now starting lap 39. Top 7 cars still on the lead lap here in the GT3 category. Still a lot to unfold before we get to the end of the race. Of course, anything can happen. Code 80 could be called in the next few minutes or so, who knows? And that could change the face of this race. At the moment, though, they're about halfway through their current stint. The 85 will be due in very shortly because they did short stint their first current set. And that no doubt will coincide with a tyre change as well. After an hour and a half of racing. That's actually worked out really well for them. And they will need to do one final splash and dash at the end of this race, of course, when it comes to about 30 minutes remaining. But that Code 80 may have been the game changer here in this particular race, because it has allowed some of the teams to really perfect that tyre strategy, which is going to be really important at this circuit. Go Team Racing, their prototype effort, currently sitting in 8th place as well. And this battle continuing to remain close. LMP2 leaders though, 3.5 seconds separating them. So the 74 now has a lead of 3.5 seconds over the number 90 and Rory McDuff. Ben Van Ark still around 5 seconds behind. And then you see another 5 seconds is in the hands of the 66 Esports Performance team. Now the 74 really needs this win. Oh, and he's made a move down the inside. So McLaren moving up onto the braking zone of turns 14. And it's going to be still too wide on the run down into the final corner. McLaren just pinches just ahead in the nick of time. And it clears that Aston Martin before the braking zone. Goes wide though. Not sure if that was a bit of contact helping them. But still a drag race now down into turn 1. Yeah, McLaren, of course, has the inside line. The Aston Martin choosing, obviously, the wider approach. Has the inside nose alongside that rear fender, but not able to get it alongside enough to make that stick. McLaren still holding on to that advantage, then accelerating out. This is, of course, where it comes alive into its own. As you can see, as it powers away from the Aston Martin. And then comes the fair racing LMP2 as it dives in between the two of them. McLaren now is starting to show its true strengths, trying to extend that gap now. It's at least half a second as they come down towards turns 14. There we are, due our second round of pit stops for the prototype class now, all coming up to their last few remaining laps. They came in about 1:45 or 45 minutes on the first hour. So we are expecting them to come in. They are going to be running on fumes in the last remaining few laps. And see how this changes things. Expecting them a lot of the teams to change tyres, especially this one, the 66 from Esports Performance, still in third place. You saw one of the cars going wide to enter pit lane as well. Very strange entry to pit lane here at Shanghai, but it's a lot safer than most. We are now officially at the halfway point, ladies and gents, of this afternoon's race. At round 5 of the WSCC Shanghai International Circuit, your current leaderboard is as follows. The 74 from Seawolf Netrace Motorsport leading the way after a hard-fought recovery. They took new tyres on their first pit stop, and it has proven to be a success as they now lead by at least 8.5 seconds over the next car, which is the number 90 with Hydra Racing and Rory McDuff. Then it is Esports Performance Team occupying third place, and then in fourth and fifth you have On-Off Racing with Charlie Rigo and Rob Timpin for the Seawolf Netrace and Motorsport, the 47 that is. That's their second entry. Oh, actually the 74 is coming in now. So there we go, the leader comes into pit lane straight on the half-hour mark. And where is Roy McDuff? He's still going for another lap, so he's going to go further than his competition. He did so last time as well by at least 2 to 3 laps before coming into pit lane, so clearly going for the undercut here. Oh, sorry, the overcut, should I say, rather. And let's see how that pays off for the team. Of course, Turk Hakkinen will take over the car in due course for the last remaining half of the race. If you're new to the stream, or if you're wondering what the regulations are, it is 20% contribution after you've got into the car. So that's how much race distance they must cover before we get to the checkered flag. How they do that is entirely up to them, but that's just to ensure that you can't have one super fast driver and then your teammate in for just 5 minutes at the end. In terms of your GT3 layout, it is as follows. So you've got Adaka Racing. They're due into the pit lane fairly soon as well, because they've done a early pit stop, as has Team RSI and the 25 as well. So this is interesting. When we had that code 80 called, the following teams, the 85, the 68, the 25, and also the 97, I believe. No, it wasn't. It was just those 3 teams. So the 85, the 68, and the 25 all came into the pit lane, refilled their gas tanks, and went straight back out again on the same set of tyres. So it was a splash and dash under code 80. Those 3 teams are now occupying the top spots. The 85 is in first, Team RSI are in second, and core team, the number 25 BMW, is in third. So that code 80, it really was the right call to make. And now that they're due to go into the pit lane in a short moment's time, they can change those tyres, refill that fuel tank, and that is then done and dusted for the rest of the race, other than a splash and dash at the half-hour mark. And that's really going to be a strong strategy or a strong approach to this race. They've really nailed it when it came to calling the right shot at the right time here. Moving beyond that, though, we've got the 97 Go Team Racing. Christian Pallison now in charge of the car. And then we've got Colin Sanderson Track VR Racing. They're occupying P5. What a race this is turning out to be, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, we've now reached the halfway mark, just a few minutes past. And we are going to go for a short commercial break now. And we'll be right back with the remaining 1.5 hours or 90 minutes worth of racing here at Shanghai. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the action here at WSCC. We are live at round 5 Shanghai International Circuit, and we've just completed gone past the halfway point here this afternoon for this particular race. 3 hours here to complete, and teams only have 1 hour and 21 minutes remaining. We've just had some of the GT3s come into the pit lane, and the LMP2s, of course, on their third stints themselves as well. The 74, if you're just joining us, Ibrahim Khan in behind the wheel of the Seawolf Nitrace Motorsport car is leading the way. And then Pim van Aert for Fair Racing Team in the 57 is in second place. Hydra Racing has changed over to Turka Hakkinen since we've been on our commercial break, and he's now going to be in the car for the remainder of this afternoon. And in fourth place, it is the Esports Performance Team with Ludovic Ferrut in the car for the 66. On-off racing, it's Nicholas Lemoyne in charge of the 79, and that's your top 5 in the prototype class here. In GT3, Adaka Racing lead the way in the 85 BMW. That's after the code 80 call. That's when they dived into the pit lane, had a quick splash and dash, but they will be due into the pit lane shortly. Then we have the 97 from Go Team Racing in second place, and then we have Core Team, the 25. And I'm just thinking, where is Team RSI? They've gone into pit lane already while we was on our commercial break. They're down in P10, but now on their recovery drive back up the order. So that is your current order of things. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that the number 11, Track VR Racing, is in P4, and P5 is in the hands of Simco Endurance Team. So that is your top 5 in GT3. It's going to be very interesting for the GT3s. Of course, some of the teams on different strategies as a result of that code 80, as just mentioned, and that will all come to a head when they do their final splash and dash at around half an hour or 30 minutes remaining in around 40 or so minutes time. 50 minutes time, should I say. Our leader, Ibrahim Khan, has a gap of around 9 seconds to the next available car, though, so it's around 10 seconds to the leader. Turka Hakkinen is struggling to get back up to speed as he goes a bit wide on the exit of turns 14 there. On board with our leader for the moment, Ibrahim Khan, of course, a very consistent driver. His teammate now added the car for the day. He's done everything he had to do. Let's have a look at their strategy, see if they have taken some new tyres or not. In fact, I can't because race view is currently down. So unfortunately, strategic-wise, I'm pretty handicapped in that department. So we're going to have to go in with our gut instinct and see if we can make out who's doing what here for the remainder of the race in terms of their strategic output. But we can see what the gaps are between the cars, so that will be important information for us, so we can always keep an eye on those close battles. Now, the next car to go into the pit lane will be the 85, I believe, as he came into the pit lane underneath code 80. The other car is also the 25, and they're currently sitting in third place. Quite a large gap between the two teams. They started on opposite ends of the grids, mind you. Bit of a sideways moment there for the 25 as he tries to get back up to racing speed. Still sitting in third place, and Colin Sanders is the next car for position. In fact, he's just coming down the back straight now, or into turns 12. Let's have a look at the last lap times for you as they came past the timing lines. It was a 2:06 for the 25, a 2:04.7 for the 11. So he is gaining quite considerable ground in the closing stages of the second hour. Now here comes the 85 into pit lane. That is now going to be the full service. So it's going to be tyres and fuel with 1 hour and 16 minutes left. That's allowed the 97 to go back into the lead here with their Aston Martin. Now Go Team Racing, third on the standings for the class, 108 points, tied with the 52, two of which are now in 4th place. And Team RSI, who are leading our championship, are currently sitting in 9th. So things are going to get pretty interesting once this one comes to a close. And can't wait to see what action unfolds in the final few stages here. Now I've got a back marker coming up. That's in the 69, Christopher Tarboton. In the 69 McLaren. That's sitting in 17th place, just shy of the points. Points boarded here in the top 15 per class. We have a battle for P5 in class for the LMP2s. This is the 66 and the 79 going for it in the mid-sector here at Shanghai. In charge of these two vehicles is Ludovic Ferruit and Nicolas Lemoyne. Lemoyne, very consistent, very quick driver, so he will have a battle on his hands here for those extra points. 4th place up for grabs here, and then Turk Akin is up the road by at least another 15 seconds. So a lot of work to do if he's going to get into those top 3 positions. But of course, plenty of points available for 4th place as it is, which will definitely boost their championship hopes. In respect to the standings, both teams doing pretty well. 79 in 5th place with 81 points, and the 66 in P10 after scoring a 2nd place finish 2 weeks ago at Autopolis. They're on 55, so they want to hold on to these points and propel themselves past the rest of the order as quickly as they can. Some GT3 traffic down the back straight. On-off Racing going to get stuck behind the Aston Martin as they enter the apex there. That's going to slow them down quite considerably. The 66 gets away by at least a few tenths of a second as they get back up to racing speed. We've also got Baton going on for 7th place as well. So have a quick look at this one. This is Fair Racing and Seawolf Net Racing Motorsport. Max Scholten and Linus Lundvall in the 47. We've seen this one before. They've been battling pretty much throughout the start of the race here. Nice entry there from the 47. Lundvall looking for an opportunity to overtake as best he can. Not much going to present itself in the mid-sector here. Just needs to make sure he stays firmly attached to the rear end of the Fair Racing machine. This is where it's going to come into play into the slipstream on the back straight. Entering turn 12, of course, needs to make sure he exits perfectly in order to make sure he doesn't get caught out on the run down towards turns 14. Maximum res from both the prototypes rather, and you've got an Aston Martin on the back straight as well. That's going to offer a bit of assurance to the Fair Racing team as he comes alongside. We're too wide now, coming down towards the braking zone of turns 14. The Aston Martin still in the way, and we're going to go 3 wide into the braking zone here. Max Scholten in the middle of the 3, and the apex belongs to the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport, the 47. Linus Lundvall taking that position away and now moving up into 7th place. Textbook move. Nothing that the Fair Racing car could do, nothing that Max Scholten could do, and just loses out on that position, unfortunately. Still got our battle going on for 4th place as well. Let's not forget, because we have Nicholas Lemoyne for On-Off Racing trying to hunt down the 66. On board with our GT3 leader now. Still a lot of cars on the lead lap. Top 6 in GT3 all on the lead lap, in fact. So a lot of battles to unfold here in this particular category. Now the cars to watch are going to be the 85 and the 68 and also the 25, although they've now gone a lap down. They've done a further change. Philip, I think it's Fotched, in charge of the car now for the core team. Funny enough, the two core team cars, 12th and 13th place, so consistent performance across the board for them, both doing 207s, but the McLaren now catching up to their teammates. Colin Sanders occupying second place. Quite a large gap between themselves though, and we've got the 43 closing in now in their McLaren 720S. So it could be a fight for second place in class here. Let's have a look at their last lap times as they come across the timing line. 2:05.5 and a 2:04.3. So Colin Sanders really struggling here in the end of the second hour. And of course we're starting to get that lovely glow from the late afternoon sun as we enter the last remaining hour of this race. 4 minutes remaining until we get there. That Aston Martin looks very unstable on the rear end, going wide slightly onto the right hand side. The tarmac available. And it almost looks like the Aston's got a half slide as he re-enters the back straight there. The McLaren going into the slipstream. We could be about to see an overtake here, ladies and gents, for second place. Goes down to the outside line. He's got the nose that's ahead, however he is on the outside, on the apex. Will he be able to accelerate quick enough though? You've got the LMP2 trying to intervene as well. Blue flags are out, goes around the outside line. Technically they're 3 wide, back to 1 wide again as they enter the last corner. That McLaren looking extremely competitive. Bit of a side swipe as he tries to wrestle that 720S back into order. Onto the main straight now, coming down towards turn 1. He definitely has a lot more pace at this stage of the race. Last lap's 2:06.3 and a 2:06 dead, so clearly being held up by the Aston Martin here. Colin Sanders doing everything he can to make sure that no opportunity is given. He wants to hold on to these points. Track VR Racing, of course, hadn't had the best of seasons, sitting in 10th place at the moment. However, they did take home 28 points last fortnight, so they're starting to recover in terms of their season efforts, and one of the teams that you usually see in the top 10. The Aston's starting to get away on that particular lap, so the McLaren starting to falter ever so slightly in their pace. Maybe not so good when in the slipstream, perhaps, as that front end seems to be very twitchy indeed. Maybe prefers a bit more air going through that front splitter, as he goes very wide into the last corner there. Almost looks like he's going into pit lane. And Track VR Racing also come into the pits, so that's going to be their final stop here this afternoon. Be interesting to see where they come back out onto the grid, because you've got Adaka Racing coming through the final corner now, so that's going to be a large gap between him and the rest of the order as well. So Colin Sanders moving down. Adaka Racing are theoretical leaders here, but he is due one final pit stop at the half-hour mark, so he will take the lead once all is done and dusted, but he will need to come in for one final splash and dash, whereas everyone else will not have to do so. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out for the teams. Let's go back to our battle in the LMP2 field. We've got Turk Hakkinen still in charge of Hydra Racing, and it was the battle for fourth, wasn't it, that we was watching, in the hands of the 66 from Esports Performance and also the 79 for On-Off Racing. That's still going strong, still about a second between the two cars. Not much change in the grand scheme of things between them. And their lap times are pretty much identical at this moment in time. Although On-Off Racing really closing down the gap under braking as they go into the hairpin. We've also got a battle starting to emerge between the 67 and the number 7 as well. So the Go Team Racing LMP2 car now in 8th place. Max Schulten coming across the line with the 39 Fair Racing Team car. He's closing that gap down. Last lap times for you. Oh, it's a 1:56 actually for Max Schulten. So that last time by, not so good for the driver. Now, back to the GT3 question. Colin Sanders coming out onto these final pit stops, so he won't need to go into pit lane anymore after this. He's re-emerged with his new driver, Andrew Parkinson, in 10th place. So that is their final stop of the day. And it'll be up to Andrew to bring it home in one piece. Still leading the way for the GT3 though is Go Team Racing, Christian Palazan. Still going strong. Expecting him to come into the pit lane in a few moments time. Whether or not they'll change drivers though is yet to be seen. 43 from Simco Endurance Team, they're now in 2nd place. And then it's the 52 from David Ramos and the World Sim Racing Team in 3rd as well. So all bodes well for the championship. Team RSI though, where are they at the moment? They are in 7th place. Leonardo Pupo for Team RSI having to do a bit more work. They still need to come into the pit lane one final time, and that's at the half-hour mark. So they're similar to the BMW of Adaka Racing. They need to once more come into pit lane, but they are on a different strategy as opposed to the rest of the grid. So we'll see how that one plays out. Now the question is, how far into this hour can the 97 and the 43 go to minimise the impact made of that different strategy that the other teams are on? Because that can really play a vital part here in this race. Let's go back to the battle for the LMP2s though, because that's starting to close down ever so slightly. Coming up behind one of the BMWs from Team Rookie Monsters here. I believe that might be the 73, Michael Wright, in 21st place. Oh, no, that'll be one of the other ones. They've got so many cars here in this series. I think they've got 5 at present. And the 66 really under pressure now from Nicholas Lemoyne. That sun starting to glare at the top of the windscreen there from the cockpit view. Don't know if that will start to have an effect on some of the drivers here. Oh, and it's a move down the inside on the exit of the corner. Speeding up, we're going too wide into turn 1 now. 66 really had a bad exit as he tried to get up to speed. And there's contact between the two of them. Trying to go too wide into that corner was never going to work. And Nicholas Lemoyne pushed wide as a result. You see all the GT3 cars inside the pit lane now. So we've got David Ramos inside pit lane in the 52. Bit of scratch marks on the left fender there. And back up to speed he goes. Driver change conducted. Jordi San Andres, or Andre, now in charge of the car. And they've come out of pit lane in 9th place. Going 2 ways around the 95 Brittech Aston. That's Nick Newcomb currently in charge in 17th place for that particular GT car. Just 0.5 seconds separating the two cars coming across the start-finish line. There's number 3 inside pit lane as well. Moving down, Lucas Lichten, lap 64. Rounding out the final on the hall. There's the leader. Okay, so this is interesting. We've got our leader back out and up to racing speed. Christian Pallison still in charge. So no driver change conducted and out in P6 as well. So the last remaining car that I need to come into pit lane for the GT3s is the 43 and also the number 80, I believe, which is Trujillo GP Motorsports. However, that will concede the lead of the race over to the 85 of Dakar Racing, and also Team RSI will move up into second once those pit stops are conducted. However, once again, they need to come into pit lane in the last half hour of this race. We're now into the final hour, ladies and gents. 53 minutes still remaining here for round 5 of the WSCC Shanghai International Circuit. Make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel. Really helps us out here at CFEG, and we appreciate your support in this racing. And I mean, who can deny the racing that's happened here today? It's been absolutely spectacular. It's always been a battle on show from the moment we've started here. I'm sure it will come to a close one final time, especially in the GT3 category, after those final pit stops are conducted. This battle, though, still going on strong for 4th place. Definitely good exit there from Nicholas Lemoyne as he comes down towards turn 1. Now this is a battle for 3rd place as Pim van Ark enters the pit lane in the 57. That's quite an early pit stop there for the 57. 50 minutes or so on a full tank in LMP2. That's going to be quite a stretch. He might be able to get away with if he fiddles with the engine mixtures, but that is going to be a pretty tall order to get from that prototype car. They're usually around 40 to 45 minutes, thereabouts. Of course, being Shanghai, it's quite a high demanding fuel circuit. Obviously a lot of it is at high speed, so that's going to only increase the consumption for the cars here this afternoon. Oh, 66 going down the inside of Team RSI. That's going to play havoc for the 79 as he tries to get alongside, which he does. That's going to affect the overall top speed on the exit. Have a quick look at the Simco Endurance car. He's still going strong in first place with his McLaren 720S. It's going to be one final stop there for that team before coming into the pit lane. Now let's go back to this battle though, because if we switch over just for a split second, we're going to miss it all at once. Looks like the BMW gets out of the way nicely for them. Powering down onto the back straight now, up to racing speed he goes. Definitely not close enough this time by. That's at least half a second, if not just a bit more, until he sees the rear bumper of the esports performance team. Definitely seems to be more confident under the braking zone though, into the hairpin at turns 14. One of the World of Sim Racing cars in pit lane. I believe that's the 51. Not too sure. Either that or it's the 53. Can't confirm because the battle's going on here. Starting to get quite dark here now at Shanghai. Of course, we started the race in late afternoon here, so we may just see a bit of nighttime racing. Not too sure. Usually the 3-hour races don't usually go into the night, but of course with some of the circuits those times can alter ever so slightly. It's always set to the same time. Usually we just let the server resolve itself. It looks like we may go into the night just ever so slightly. And that sun's still fairly high in the sky at the moment, but it's got a very orange tinge to it at the moment. And what a way that will be to end this spectacular race, to go through that kind of transition through the evening phase. It's always great to watch here in Rfactor2. Oh, and he's got the nose in on the inside. Here comes On-Off Racing. Takes that position away. What a great move there from Nicolas Lemoyne as he tries to close the door on Ludovic Fruit as he goes up to racing speed again. And the 66 is into pit lane. So that is that battle said and done. Their final pit stop for this evening. So final splash and dash. Not too sure if that will be a fuel stop, probably most likely, after they would have changed tyres at the halfway mark of this race. Number 90, Turk Hakkinen, now leading the way as the 79 goes into pit lane. So we just saw them exiting as we switched cameras over from the 66. So they've conducted their final pit stop now as well, and it's Turk Hakkinen and the Hydra Racing team that now occupy that ultimate top spot. 15 minutes until some of the GT3s come in, and now this is what we'd usually expect from the LMP2s. 45 minutes worth of fuel, and then they come in for that final splash and dash, which makes me wonder if maybe one of the Fair Racing teams has got to do one final stop before they come into pit lane. Not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. Got Energy Racing there in the 36. They're currently occupying 4th place. Still to do their last final pit stop though. So they're doing a really good job so far in the closing stages of this race. This is for position as well, might I remind you, because of course they've just come out of pit lane, so all these positions ahead are going to be for track position as well. Moving down to the inside line, 74 doesn't look nearly half as damaged, and you've got the sister car just ahead with those opposing yellow and blue colours on either side of the car. A very nice paint scheme here at Seawolf Netrace Motorsport, always has been. But their sister car with Linus Lundvall directly ahead. Don't expect too many incidents to appear between those two. Track temperature has gone down by a few degrees. It's now at about 9 for the air and track temperature. They're coming against the GT3 leader here, the 85 for Dakar Racing. And development starting to appear. Is that Dakar Racing, our current leaders here, they've still got the same driver inside that particular car. In fact, both of them have. So if they don't change, then that's a disqualification as per the rules and regs. Oh, no, a very close moment there for our 74 Seawolf Netrace Motorsport prototype. Tried to go onto the inside line from Panika Gaming, which is their Aston Martin, and it nearly had their nose cut off. So they've just overtaken their sister car on the run down towards the final sector. Back out into 3rd place. They're on a storm right now as they go towards the final 2 cars. That's in the hands of Nicolas Lemoyne and Turk Hakkinen. 47 seconds from our leader here. So a lot of work to do, but of course they both need to come into the pit lane. Turk Hakkinen, of course, will have the luxury of being able to go full speed in the last stint here as he comes down towards sector 3. 42 minutes remaining. That's well within the LMP2 fuel tank's range, and he can have confidence in the car that he can put his foot down and not have to worry about anything. So they've really played the tactical game here. Let's see how it pays off when they finally reappear outside of that pit lane. Team RSI still in second place, but due into the pits in the next 10 minutes or so. It's going to be one to watch here. And of course, we've got Andrew Parkinson back up into P4 with Simco Endurance in 5th place as well. So this is the battle that has raged on pretty much from start to finish here this afternoon. Going to keep an eye on this one as it comes to a close. This is their battle for position. No more pit stops involved for these two particular cars. We saw them both come into the pits pretty much at the same time. Track VR Racing defending. Oh, the McLaren's going up on the inside as the Aston struggles to maintain the rear end of that axle. Looking very twitchy indeed with 40 minutes to go. Maybe double stinting those tyres. Not too sure. They should be on fresh load. Oh, and there's a bit of a moment there for the number 7 Go Team Racing prototype. Trying to get round the inside, but has to go wide and take the long way round. Going around through turn 6, and that's the best way to do it. Obviously the prototype's a lot more downforce than our GT3 colleagues here on track. And now through sector 2 they go. That McLaren a lot better through these fast corners in the late stage of this race. That Aston Martin struggling on the rear end. You can see it weaving left, right and centre as he tries to wrestle it round the corners. Of course, once you get to the straight line stuff though, the Aston Martin, even though it has 25 kilograms added, still seems to have the extra poke over the Aston. Oh, sorry, the McLaren rather. There's a drive-through penalty for the 36 where he left track, I believe it was the last corner, in order to gain advantage over a competitor. So of course when you're leaving circuit, if you gain a... Oh, and here we go, you've got an overtake happening between Simco Endurance and Track VR Racing. They're trying to squeeze each other for track position. Goes back down to the racing line. It will be Simco Endurance team that have the advantage. They've got the apex though. Bit of a love tat as the number 11 tries to get the undercut. Does it a bit too soon. We're still too wide on the run down to the final corner. The McLaren has the inside line though. Too wide still through the final corner. The number 11 going slightly wide but still within track limits. On the curbing they go, and it's now a drag race down to turn 1. Track VR Racing have the inside line, and that LMP2 car is giving the McLaren a slight slip as they enter this fast twisty stuff. McLaren has a lot more room to manoeuvre though as he goes wide onto the mid-circuit and into the apex. This is great racing between the two teams. What respect and awareness they're showing between one another to make sure that they don't collide too much. That was great stuff. What a move there from the 43. He's now back up in position and in 4th place, ladies and gents. There's another car in the mix here. That is one of the rookie monster cars, I believe. Yeah, so that is not for position. We do have, though, the 52 with Jordi San Andres in 6th place. He is not too far behind at all. Last lap for you is a 2:04. Now compare that to their 2:05 and the 2:06 that the McLaren and the Aston ahead have just set. He is indeed gaining on them, and we could see a 3-way battle for 4th place coming up very shortly indeed. Of course, all happening in the last few moments of this race, ladies and gents. 37 minutes still remaining. And still some pit stops to be carried out. Now, I'm not too sure what Aston Martin that is. As I say, it was one of the rookie monster Astons. Not too sure which one that is. Their highest ranking car in the GT3 world is P16, the 73 car. And let's see if we can find some battles going on here. LMP2 wise, things are fairly spread out, quite significantly actually. 15 seconds between 3rd and 2nd. Turkka Hakkinen in the number 90. He's finally come in for his final pit stop of today. Hydra Racing now firmly in second place and able to go to the very end. Last lap for you was a 1:58. Of course, that's on the back end of that pit stop they've just made. And leaders are doing solid 51s with Ibrahim Khan. Third place still in the hands of Fair Racing team. Chris Gonzalez in charge of that 57. Still a bit of work to do if he's to gain that position. And we've just had the live timing update, and the gap between our two leaders now is down to 1.8 seconds for the prototype. So there you go, you've got Ibrahim Khan just up ahead, both now going to the line, and it's just going to be about raw race pace now here from the last 35 minutes. Bit of GT3 training. The leader's off. The leader is off at turn 14 exit, and that's going to cost him a bit of time. Not too much though, luckily. Back down to at least 0.5 seconds. Gap now 1.6 seconds coming through turn 1. So what can Turkakhan do at this point? He knows that he's got half an hour left approximately, and he has no more pit stops to do. He's got a lot of GT3 traffic ahead. Just got to get his head down, manage and filter through as quickly as possible, as you've got the 43 and also the Bad Wolves Esports car as well. Goes down the inside. That's going to save him quite a bit of time. One second between the two cars now. 74 didn't have a really good time through that GT3 traffic, which is where I suspect most of that time has disappeared. The 74 nearly runs into the back end of that BMW. All in the meantime, the number 90 closing in just ever so slightly. Now the leaders in class is the 33. Where are they at the moment? Because we haven't actually seen them for quite some time. They're all the way down in 10th place for Team Rookie Monsters, which just goes to show that the LMP2 field is just so competitive. Each round it is someone else that has the advantage in one of these races. So it is looking like the number 90, if they can hold on to that second place, will take the lead of this championship. Seawolf Netrace Motorsport, on the other hand, they'll move up into third. So things really coming to a close and really starting to narrow down as we enter the halfway point of the season. And let's have a look at some of the GT3 battles that we've got at the moment. Let's go back to our battle with the 43. That has widened significantly. You've got one of the Astons behind. That's not for position. Simco Endurance team, though, still in firm control. And what we want to see is this BMW going to pit lane. 30 minutes left. When will they finally dive in and conduct that last final stop? Go back to our lead battle. Ibrahim Khan going down the inside of the 22 Court Team McLaren. We're driving there from our prototype leader, going around the outside of the BMW from Team Rookie Monsters. Now in the slipstream of the car ahead. A bit of GT3 traffic coming into play here, but not too much. As the number 90 comes within probably about 1.5 seconds now as he comes down to the braking zone. However, this GT3 traffic is going to hurt him ever so slightly. That 69 really didn't help on the exit of that apex. And the 74 doing everything he needs to at this moment in time to maintain that lead. In the other hand, GT3 wise, Attacker Racing still going strong. Still not coming into pit lane just as of yet. And we've got our second place car. Well, actually, did they come into the pits? They're fairly close now. So they may have just conducted their pit stop. I believe they have, because Christian Pallison is extremely close to the back end there. And then we've got Team RSI in close pursuit as well in third place. Now only 27 minutes still remaining here at the 3 Hours of Shanghai. Only around 2 seconds separating first and second place in the GT3 class. And then you've got Attacker Racing also in first, just up the road by about 2.5 to 3 seconds themselves. So really starting to narrow down these times here as we come to the closing stages. Now, Nicholas de Moyne still in firm control of 4th place in the LMP2 class, whereas the 66 just coming down into turn 1 as we speak, so they've lost a bit of ground in the last few laps that we've been watching. It's going to be pretty much a sprint to the finish, so maybe Esports Performance can start to ramp up that pace. If not, it looks like they're going to have to settle for P5 in class. Our leader is now gaining some ground as well. Ibrahim Khan in the 74, now 2-second lead over Turka Hakkinen. That sun really low in the sky on the run down to turn 14. Doesn't look like we'll get any nighttime racing here, but it will be far into the evening, that's for sure. All a sprint to the finish now for all of the cars involved here. Last lap times for you in the GT3 class. BMW is doing 204s or mid 204s, and the Astons here doing mid to high 205s, so that gap is extending both ways. And they're only getting further and further apart. Of course, we don't know if any LMP2 traffic was present at the time of that. And then we've got the McLarens currently sitting in 4th place as well with Simco Endurance Team. Track VR Racing doing an amazing job as well, sitting in P5, but not enough to close that lap down. Pretty much the same lap times. They're on low 205s as well. So it looks like some of the cars really coming into their own, whereas others starting to struggle ever so slightly in the closing stages here. This is one car that has done pretty well, Pinnacle Gaming, recovering nicely and going up the order into 8th place at the moment. Arcadius Achieva currently behind the wheel of that particular car. And then you've got just ahead is the core team BMW as well. So after their final pit stop, remember those were one of the teams that decided to come in during that Code 80, and they have done extremely well moving up the order into P7 now. So that strategy has paid off wonders for them. And then just ahead of them is the 52, Jordi San Andres in the World of Sim Racing Team Junior car. Now in the standings, I think they're tied 2nd place. Yes, they are. So they're currently 2nd, tied with Go Team Racing at 108 points. So things are going to get very interesting. I mean, by the current standards, if all finish where they are now, Team RSI will hold on to the championship, but Go Team Racing will close the gap down ever so slightly. And also the 52 will move down into 3rd place as well. So that's my prediction for this race, because at the current standing, the 85 is going to get disqualified for not changing drivers. That means that the 97 will receive 25 points, claiming victory here for Go Team Racing. Team RSI will come 2nd, and Simco Endurance will come 3rd. So that's going to really mess up the standings in terms of the leading gang. And it will just close things down even more so when we go to Bahrain in 2 weeks' time. Still, there's 21 minutes left here, though, at the 3 hours of Shanghai. and anything really can happen. Let's go to our lead battle at the moment. Ibrahim Khan still in control for the moment. Nice clear bit of road up ahead of him, ahead of the number 90 Hydra Racing car. Now this is a battle that's going to go down pretty much to the wire. 1.5 seconds separating the two teams. The pace is unbelievably on par at the moment. Last laps as they went past the timing line was 154.6 and a 154.1, so that was due to some GT3 traffic as well for our leader. But coming across the line now, it's a 150 dead and a 153.6, so Turk Hakkinen really starting to push that LMP2 car to its limits. You've got Team RSI on the inside now as Leonardo is trying to get out of the way as best he can. He's all the way down into 6th place now. This is all gone wrong for Turk Hakkinen. All that work that he's just done has been reset by this Aston Martin. Team RSI, of course, not their fault, coming out of pit lane. They're entitled to do so, but it's just the wrong time, the wrong place, and now he's got all of that work to do again. That's just how multi-class racing is sometimes. Sometimes, I mean, I've been in situations before where the car ahead will pass everything on the main straights in the LMP2s, and then all of a sudden every car that you come across is in a corner or on the apex of something. So it always feels like you're you're cursed or you're being hard done by, but that's just the way it is sometimes, unfortunately. And I got information saying that there's a battle for 8th position. This is for between Energy Racing Team and Fair Racing Team as well. Still fairly wide at the moment, at least 1.2 seconds. That's for the time being. Let's go back to Turk Hakkinen just for a bit, because obviously that's for the lead of the race. Let's go back to this battle then between Tony Jansen and Energy Racing Team, currently being driven by Ezio Gazzola. They finally got past the GT3 traffic and coming down into turn 6. What a lovely view that is of Shanghai. You can see the grandstands in the background there, absolutely huge in comparison to some of the other venues that we have on the calendar. Must have taken absolutely ages to build that, but it does look magnificent, especially in sunset orange. Bit of a last minute twitch there from the 36. Gets it turned in though. Nicely done. All the way up to the back straight as he comes up behind one of the BMWs now. Is the next GT3 car in the way. Back to our leader in class. More GT3 traffic to contend with. I'm sure he's wishing the time by as they come to the closing stage of this race. 15 minutes still remaining here, ladies and gents. Still a lot to happen before we finally close this event. Oh, scary moment there for Turk Hakkinen trying to get back on track. The 95 went wide at the apex of turn 14. Oh, and he's actually gone off really wide on the last corner there. Had to take the runoff area. Of course, that concrete is available, but only as a last resort to prevent a loss of control. So he's got to be careful he doesn't use that on a regular basis. One and a half seconds separating these two leading teams now. There's a lot of points on offer here. And Hydra Racing, of course, want to secure that top spot. They will do at the end of this race, because the 33, the defending champs at this stage of the season, all the way down in 10th place at the moment, so that's not the kind of start to the season that they were hoping for. Let's have a look at the world of GT3s for a short moment, as we've got the McLaren in third place, as is the Aston Martin as well. So as before, we saw Team RSI, they are now sitting in 6th place after their final pit stop of the day. So that hasn't really worked out as expected, whereas the 85, on the other hand, still sitting firmly in control of this race. I saw them just up the road there, so they haven't got the biggest of advantages, so that strategy was enough to place them in that prime top position. But of course they also haven't had the disadvantage of changing drivers, so it will be the 97 that takes victory here at the checkered flag. But amazing display of consistency by Dakar Racing. Not too sure why they haven't changed drivers. Maybe his teammate had problems, or maybe he didn't have one at all for today. But of course the driver change can take up a bit more time in order to get that conducted and out of the way. Last lap times for you, 2:04s, both in the 2:04s, but the Aston Martin is slightly faster. It was a very slow SCC racing car there. That is not normal at all. 29th place overall, Christian Lewis. He seems back up to racing speed now, but that was moving really slowly, and still is now. Is that car completely dead? Looks like it's stuck on pit limiter. Oh, what a way to start losing these positions. He's in 17th place now. So won't be scoring any points this particular round, unfortunately. But now disengaging. So it's not a pit limiter issue because they're back up to 100 odd miles an hour. So I'm not too sure what's causing the problem here for Christian. But now going extremely slowly on circuit. Luckily, not a lot of traffic coming through. Maybe he's got a puncture, perhaps, or it doesn't look like it. Otherwise, it would have been pulling to one side or going very slowly. And there's a very slow-moving... Whoa, there's a lot of slow-moving cars here as well. Not too sure what's going on. Okay, so I think there was a code 80 called, but we didn't hear anything on the stream from race control. Maybe some issues occurring there for that, but that's extremely dangerous. But yeah, some people still going at full speed here, so not too sure what's happening, ladies and gents. I'm unfortunate to say. Gotta love technology sometimes. So just to confirm, a code 80 was called. So some people heard it, but some people didn't. It explains why some of the teams were going extremely slowly. That is extremely odd. They've never seen that before. And now this is thrown the entire field into confusion because, of course, now we've got people that are changing positions and whatnot because they don't know what's going on. So it looks like we are officially at code 80 speeds. But that's going to affect our leaders now because, of course, Ibrahim Khan, he must have heard the whisper sent out on TeamSpeak. That sent him down to 80 kilometers an hour, whereas the rest of the grid is, of course, going at full speed. So that is extremely strange.
Channel switched.
Sorry for the confusion, ladies and gents. Looks like TeamSpeak has had a huge dump for our race controller, David Buckley. Unfortunately, just that's the way things go sometimes. So technology playing an effect in here. So we're back now to green racing. So the teams are back up to racing speed as of now. Not too sure what's happening with our leader, but he's pulled over to the side of the road. But just confirm that the results are as of before the code 80, which means that the 74 will now take the win here. But of course they are just allowed to complete this last few minutes. So 4 minutes here at Shanghai. What a way to end an event. It was going so well for some of the teams here. Was looking forward to a last minute battle between some of the cars. But before the code 80 was called will be your official results for this particular race. So it will be the 97 for the Aston team that takes a victory here. And then it will be the 43 that comes home in second place. Now, if I remember correctly, it will of course be the 74 that takes victory in the prototype class, and then Hydra Racing in second place as well. So that is your top 2 positions in each class. Third place, I'm not too sure who was actually in third place when we ran into the issues. It might have been Fair Racing Team, but I can't confirm that. So we'll go for the official results and the replay to find out who those were. But that is pretty much the results for you, ladies and gents, before the end of the race. Not too sure what happened there. TeamSpeak is usually a very reliable platform, but for whatever reason, the whisper function was not functioning. So some people heard the code 80 and some people didn't. It's a bit of a shame because, of course, we've had a really good race this afternoon. Only one code 80 was called until that second one started to appear in the closing stages of this race. So we've had 2 code 80s in 3 hours, which is our lowest ever number of problems. But only 2 minutes left remaining. Last few laps in for the teams here at Shanghai. Of course, everything you're seeing now is just for show. Before we get to the checker flag, all the points have already been awarded because of the TS issue. Of course, the amount of time, it will be impossible for us to track who was where and by how many seconds, and it just would not be worth it. And we're in the last few minutes. It's just a sad way to conclude, but unfortunately that's the way sim racing is sometimes. And now starting the final lap. Chris Gonzalez is occupying the lead right now. Oh, and he does a half spin on the exit of turns 2. Just really wants to make sure that he gets home on the last lap this time by. All the cars coming into the final lap now. Chris Gonzalez leading the pack on the, what we can now call the in-lap, I presume, before we get to the last 40 seconds or so. So that is officially the timer now expired. This is the final race of this afternoon, this evening. Don't forget to give us a like and subscribe if you did enjoy the racing here today, despite the strange ending that we've just had. It's been amazing from start to finish here this afternoon. And we'll have to do some fiddling around with the race results when they finally get announced. So thank you all for watching here as Chris Gonzalez is coming down the line, weaving left, right and centre. He takes the theoretical win of the afternoon. But of course, we all know that the 74 will take victory. That's going to really help their championship hopes for Seawave Netrace Motorsport, moving back up into those podium positions. Hydra Racing will take the lead of this championship as they come across the line in second place. And then, of course, Fair Racing Team in third. For GT3s, it is the Aston Martin of Go Team Racing that will secure victory, and then Simco Endurance Team for the 43 as well will secure second place. What a bizarre but beautiful race we've just had, ladies and gents. And as we go, of course, we've got the Crimson Sun in the distance as they all start coming across the finishing line. But we are going to sign off now, ladies and gents. Thank you all for watching us here this afternoon. See you in just 1 week's time when we go to Alton Park for our Formula 3 race. Don't forget to miss that. That is a great little championship. Lots of battling going on there. That will be happening next Sunday at 6:30 GMT time. And then join us for the next round of the WSCC, where we visit Bahrain for the Middle Eastern part of the season in the 3-hour race for round 6. Thank you for watching, guys. Take care, and we will see you later.